If you could please, yes. Happy birthday!
Birthday stuff.
So hopefully you're not getting any feedback through me.
I've got my volume turned down, so...
I'm running off a boom microphone and speakers, so there may be a little bit of feedback. Let me know if there is, and I'll just turn my speakers down a touch.
Sounds great.
Okay.
The pop filter keeps messing up my hair. Life. It's a streamer's life, you know?
The pop filter makes it sound so good, though. I need one.
So weird the delay that I get.
Honestly, hang on. Let me tilt this. No, that's the wrong camera. I've got 3 cameras attached to my computer at the moment. This mic was 12 quid off Amazon.
Oh, really?
That included the mic, the arm.
I have.
Oh, you've got one of the snowball things, haven't you?
I've got.
Yeah.
So the snowball is this thing came with its own light, like it's touchscreen light. It's really weird.
Yeah. So
There we go.
for some reason, for a 12 quid mic with the amp, because it comes with a little amplifier as well, and I think it's the amplifier that makes all the difference. Dustin, are we going to be seeing you as well?
I can put on video, I guess.
Do we not want to? Is that the reason? Howdy, sir.
Hello. Oh, I love your freaking room.
So, as I said,
Oh, Harlequin.
if anybody wants to watch this, just either raid my Twitch or send them to my Twitch channel. I'm going to keep an eye on my Twitch chat and what have you. But we'll need your full undivided attention. Okay. How are we feeling? We excited?
Yep.
My dad's good.
I read that. That's very good news.
And it sucks just sitting there waiting for something like that, so...
Yeah, that's kind of where I am at the minute, just sitting and waiting. Hasn't gotten worse, but hasn't gotten better, so at the minute, no news is good news when it comes to hospitals.
That is very true.
This has kept me occupied all week, because I've got a tremendous amount of information here. This is my D&D book.
Reading through it all, I'm like, oh my gosh.
This is my D&D notebook. This is your campaign.
Okay.
Holy.
And because Sam is not aware of them, these are the books. This is why I said not to bother buying the books. There's just too damn many of them.
Yeah.
Holy.
So, I have a little mini battle map set up. We're not playing with minifigures, so this is dry wipe. So whenever we have any encounters, I'm going to be drawing them on this. I do have a separate camera that's monitoring exactly that, but that's only for the stream. As I said, I'm actually running three webcams on this computer at the minute. And this computer has a nasty habit of randomly dying on occasion, because that last Windows update did something really bad.
So maybe it was the Windows update that makes my computer just shut off.
Mine would lock up. I would lose mouse control. Keyboard would work. Any YouTube videos that were playing in the background would keep working, but it just would not allow me to click on anything. And then after about 5 minutes, it would just freeze. I'm not the only person that's having issues like that. So I think it was the last Windows update that's kind of goosed something. I know that means something different in Canada. Right, let me get my
Kinda.
So, okay, so for anybody who is in chat, welcome. This is a Firestorm Madzai, nice to see you here. This is a D&D game, very loosely based on Wizards of the Coast's 5th edition D&D. But this is my own homebrew world based on the Terry Pratchett Discworld novels. If you're familiar with the novels, then you'll know that this is going to be heavy on the comedy, heavy on the sarcasm, and as I've mentioned before, I play it fast and loose with the rules. I'm more than happy to sacrifice rules as written for comedy. Which is why all of your characters have got a weird comedic trait that will rear itself during the course of the game. The purpose of this session originally was when I started playing D&D again 2 years ago. I'd taken a break of about 30 years because I did not get on with Pathfinder. Pathfinder was algebra. It wasn't D&D. It wasn't fun. And I took a long break. Listening to Ready Player One by Will Wheaton, watching some of his stuff on Roll20, not Roll20, is it whatever his YouTube channel is, watching some of the games that he was running there got me back into the feel of it. And yeah, I started playing D&D again. But this game is not typical D&D because this game probably more reflects my personality. It's just crazy. That's the whole point. It's supposed to be stupid. So when I started playing again, my youngest stepdaughter and her bestie, they came round, saw me messing around with funny shaped dice in the garden, and they started laughing. Oh, that's that's that silly thing that they play on The Big Bang Theory, isn't it? And on the spot, I just started making up a game for them. Within 15 minutes, they were hooked. We are now 120 hours into this campaign with them.
Which is crazy, and it's awesome for them to get to do that kind of thing because it opens their mind so much more, you know?
The way that I pitched it to them is they were both familiar with Skyrim because they both played Skyrim. I think you guys have all played Skyrim. But
Nope.
No? Okay. Skyrim, any computer game that you're playing, you're constrained by what the game developers have written for you. There's a story, there's a path. Well, there's a story in here, and there is a path that I'll try and weave you through, but the whole point of D&D is you can choose whatever you want to do. Sometimes that's going to be ridiculously stupid and get you into a lot of trouble, so think carefully. There are consequences built into everything, and a lot of it I'm going to have to make up on the fly, because I can't account for any and all choices.
Don't consequence me.
I'm consequencing you already.
Consequence? You? No, that's the dice's job.
Oh no.
A lot of the game will be decided by dice. The way that I play the game is as we go through the game, an encounter may happen, and I'll ask you to do a skill check. So, for example, Sam, if I asked you to roll a dexterity saving throw, on your character sheet, you'll see that below your name, you've got a column of your attributes. Strength, dexterity,
Yes.
constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. Yep, so that's going down this side. Now, next to that is another list broken up into two sections. The top section is your saving throws. So if I ask you to make a dexterity saving throw, you would roll a d20 and add whatever has been written in that box there.
Perfect.
So in your case, you would do, your dexterity is +5 in the saving throw section.
Is it the very little one, or is it this big one?
The very little one.
There's two numbers there.
No. The panel next
very
to that,
little
just
one
to the panel just to the right is your saving throws. So this panel just to the right.
Yeah, saving throws, and then dexterity is +5.
Yeah, so you would roll a d20, and then you would add 5, and that would be your attempt to avoid whatever I'm throwing at you in-game. And that's basically how this entire game is going to work.
Oh no, a d7.
So you rolled a 7, that means your save would be 12. Which, for something simple, might be enough.
Mm-hmm.
Might not.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Just enough.
Spooky. Right, Spooky. So this game is based on Terry Pratchett's Discworld. I don't think any of you have read any of the books. I did upload one of the audiobooks to the Dropbox, so feel free to have a listen to that when you've got time. They are an absolute hoot. Terry Pratchett is actually died a couple of years ago, but he's one of the most accomplished British writers ever. and he was knighted for the work that he's done on this world of characters that we're kind of stepping into. So there's very, very big boots that I have to fill running this game. So
You got this.
So have you all got your coffees? You all got your drinks? You're all ready to go?
My coffee's almost empty. I'm just gonna go grab a
Go
bottle
grab
of water.
another one.
Got that too. Oh, cheers.
Are you going to be going with that character name then, Sam?
What? Yes.
Uh-oh,
Yes,
what'd
I
you pick?
fucking am. I can't tell you until we start.
Okay,
Is
so
it? Man, I thought mine was kind of ridiculous, but it's still a D&D style name.
you know it's unfortunate that
Mine is
Cole
not.
couldn't join us because the character I rolled up for him was a paladin named Scuba Stoobery,
That's amazing.
which would make sense, really, wouldn't it?
Yep.
But I've got a character sheet for him. KP is still feeling very rough. He says he's gonna try and watch along if possible. And I know there's a couple of other people that I know that are going to be trying to tune in as well. But I'm focusing on the game. I'm going to keep an eye on the chat, but I'm focusing on you guys because that's why I'm here today. So I'm going to open with the words of Sir Terry Pratchett himself. The Discworld. The Discworld is a magical place, flat as a disc, balanced atop the backs of 4 great world elephants, who in turn stand upon the back of the immense star turtle Atuin. The disc, being flat, has no real horizon. Any adventurous sailor who got funny ideas from staring at eggs and oranges for too long and set out for the Antipodes soon learned the reason why distant ships sometimes looked as if they were disappearing over the edge of the horizon. Because they were disappearing over the edge of the world. We begin in a small town in the foothills of the Ramtop Mountains. And I'm just going to throw up a quick map. See if I can get you to see this. Share my screen. So we begin, this is a map from the Discworld. If you click on it, that will maximize for you. We begin at a small little village, a farming village, just at the base of the mountains. You've all been traveling for a couple of days now, and you all find yourselves in the local inn. So I'd like you to introduce yourselves to each other, introduce your characters to each other, and tell us a little bit about your backstory of your character and why you might be there. Dustin, do you want to go first?
All right. My character would be maybe a shorter side man, about 5'6". On the young side, he's in his early 20s. Dark brown hair, brown eyes. Goes by the name Ham San. And he's just a human ranger that likes to play with his bow once in a while, but he also carries a interesting little trinket with him, and a magic ring, or so he thinks.
So he thinks. So how did you find yourself in this little village inn?
Well, he's a kind of a wanderer, so he tends to look for work, and village inn. It's a good place to find work.
So you missed that left turn at Albuquerque.
Yeah.
Bugs Bunny joke there, sorry.
Yep.
the bartender tosses a few jobs here and there.
That they do. And you'll be speaking to the bartender, Tom, very soon. Thank you very much, Dustin. Brian?
Well, I guess I'm just kind of a general name here, because my name is Gerald Hill. I'm a cleric who follows Offler. I've kind of taken to traveling the road to spread my religion. Everybody needs to worship something. And no one ever lost their eyesight looking on the bright side.
Excellent. So in the world of the disc, there are many, many, many religions and many gods. And the more people who worship a god, the more power that god will obtain. Cori Celesti is the mansion of the gods, and that lives atop the tallest peak in the center of the hub, i.e. the center of the disc. And that's where the gods look down upon mortals and play their games with you. Offler is one of the many older gods. He is the crocodile god. Half man, half crocodile. We don't know which end is which, because nobody remembers. And there are many other gods that you will encounter as you play through the game. How did you find yourself in this particular inn, though? Surely a man of the cloth is not prone to a tipple.
I just ended up here because this is where fate decided I would be.
So perhaps Offler's hand was moved by the great god Om. Om being the god shaped like a bull. Omnians are rife amongst the disc. He is the most popular god, but a lot of the non-believers think it's mostly bullshit.
You're telling me that he steered me in the right way.
Perhaps it's perhaps the crocodile half man, half croc was riding the back of the great god Om and slipped on something and had a small head injury, and thus you've ended up here. Keep your pamphlets to hand. And finally, Sam, tell us about your character.
Well, her name is Dixie, but her full name is Dixie Wrecked. She's my favorite. And she's a master in the sneaky sneak. She's just a master of all trades, thieving and sneaking and just staying hidden. Brown hair, brown eyes, tiny but mighty. And I mean, I tried to turn a new leaf. Let's be honest. I got in with some bad people, and I needed to lay low. So I'm in this nice place.
So you've found yourself in Moosefuck nowhere, where nobody knows your name.
Yeah, I needed that. I'm a barkeep / innkeeper. I make sure that I keep my ears open, and that's the best place for me to be.
Interesting. Well, you all find yourselves sitting apart from each other in this tavern. You don't quite know each other just yet, but perhaps we'll work on that as we go through. Now, Tom the barman is wiping down the bar with a particularly dirty cloth. He seems to be making the cloth cleaner and the bar dirtier. Don't know how that works. His daughter, Susan, is running around serving a lot of the patrons of the bar this evening. It's not particularly quiet. It's the end of the working week. This is a farming community. And the end of the working week is a reason to crack open a few casks of ale, get completely wrecked, and smash things over other people's heads. For safety, and because you're all strangers in this particular area, you find yourself moving towards the center of the establishment, keeping away from the walls and the windows where things could spring out at you, and eventually end up at the same table. Tom comes over with 3 great big flagons of ale, drops them down on the table. We don't get many people coming through here, at least not strange folk like yourselves. You seem all pretty upstanding, except her. She looks a bit shifty, like. Give yous the benefit, because yous are new, and first pint's always on the house, so enjoy. He gingerly puts down the tray and steps backwards, not quite turning his back on Dixie. You begin tucking into these ales. It's probably some of the nicest beer you've ever drunk. It's flat, it's warm, it's fruity, and it's got a foam on top that would strip paint. As you're working through these wooden flagons, you start chatting to each other about some of your stories, and it turns into a bit of a measuring contest. Who's handed out the biggest beating? Who's been printing out the biggest flyers? Who's got the biggest bow? And while you're bickering amongst each other, you hear a scraping noise from the front door of the inn. And the door squeaks open in a kind of a... And a very old, very bedraggled looking man in torn clothing, virtually rags, wasting away to the bones, is just about standing upright. He leans in towards the bar to take a step and collapses onto the floor, and you hear the jangle of iron chains. What do you do?
Oh dear, that looks terrible. Let me go check that out.
So the cleric
I'll go
runs over, tends to the man. Did you have anything particular in mind?
I'm just gonna check him over if he's got any injuries or anything that needs tending.
As you rise and move over, the bar suddenly hushes and whispers start murmuring around the room. Tom notices that his usual clientele are suddenly quiet, which is definitely not like them, looks over to the door and sees you bending over the form of this wasted and bedraggled looking man. Here, you picking his pocket?
No, I'd never pick his pocket. I'm just trying to help them out.
Hang on. He ain't got no pockets. Hang on, he ain't got no clothes. Hang on, that's old Jethro. Jethro, what? Tom rushes over and helps you pull the man to his feet. You drag him over to a bench and lean him up delicately against the wall. He doesn't seem to have much in the way of voice left in him. He doesn't seem to have much in the way of strength left in him. But in his hands, he he's grasping almost for dear life a large wrought iron key with a very elaborate symbol on the handle end. It slips slowly from his fingers as he begins to lose consciousness and clatters to the floor.
I need to pick it up right away.
Okay, your hands deftly swoops down to pick it up. Can I get a dexterity check from you? So roll a d20.
Oh, no.
And you're going to be adding your dexterity bonus, which is the +3.
Okay. I got 5 in total.
So you rolled a 2.
I rolled a 2. Not even kidding.
It wasn't a 1.
You lean
It wasn't a
down
1.
in an attempt to pick up this key, and it's like, I can't get hold of it. It's too small. Attracting the attention of the
That's
entire
what she
bar. There's a repeated clattering as you just manage it to get it between your fingers and then it slips from your grasp. Granted, the key's about this big, So I'm not sure how you're managing not to pick this up, but you now have the eyes of most of the bar and Tom on you.
I guess that's what a slippery thief is.
Lightweight. She's drunk already.
Yeah, right. No, I don't drink, you silly goose.
Sam, can you roll a d6 for me? Just a regular 6-sided dice.
How? I don't have one.
Your app should have a list of different types of dice you can roll.
It has one. It has just this one.
Just the 20. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to roll it on your behalf then.
Okay, I was gonna say you should roll for me.
So I'm going to do this on my other camera, which is monitoring my desk. And I've rolled a 2.
She's had too much ale already. Bite me.
Tom looks down at the key that you've finally managed to pick up off the floor. And he looks carefully at the symbol in the handle of the key. It's shaped like a large calligraphic letter M. He stares at it and stares at it, almost frozen in tension or apprehension or possibly even fear.
What do you have there, fella?
I know that symbol. That's the symbol of the de Montforts. They're the old family that used to own all this land hundreds of years ago. Jethro, where did you get this? Jethro is still barely able to keep himself upright, even though he's propped up against the wall. Tom picks up one of your flagons of ale and dumps it over his head. It seems to bring him to some kind of sense for just a few moments. Captive. Prisoners. Tower. And then he drifts off into unconsciousness again.
Tower. Where is the tower nearby here?
Tom's face twists in apprehension again. Can I get a perception check from all of you, please? So D20 and add your perception skills.
Oh, I got a 20!
So Sam's got a crit there.
That's the first 20 I ever got, guys.
So a 20 isn't just a top
The
roll.
modifier on that? That's the intelligence, right?
For perception is intelligence, yes.
Okay, so I got a 11.
Hang on. I might have said that wrong. Perception is wisdom. Wisdom modifier.
Regardless, mine's 21 in total.
So
I got a 14 total.
14. Okay, well Sam's nailed it. Sam's inside this guy's mind. Not only has she established all the body language and read his micro expressions, you can smell how old his socks are. You can smell the brand of toilet leaves he used in the outhouse earlier that morning. You can even smell the type of coffee he drank last Tuesday. And you just know. For a moment of utter supreme clarity, you are at one with the world. And then you drop the key.
I was just gonna say, but I can't pick up a key.
Tom looks at you as if he's seeing you for the first time. Not as a clumsy, perhaps pickpocket or somebody to be suspicious of. And it's almost as if though he suddenly begins to open up, almost as if it's against his will. The Montforts, they they were the lords that owned all of these lands, but none of their family has, or their ilk, has been here in more than 100 years. I heard stories from my grandma about them. They were a brutal lords. They had a small holding, not as big as a castle, but smaller, but not as, no, it's a tower. That's it, tower, what he said. They had a tower just outside of town, and some of the boys here who used to kind of cause a bit of trouble on a Friday night would end up in that tower if they kind of didn't behave themselves. But nobody's been in that place for 100 years at least. It's been abandoned. He pauses and takes a stuttering breath and tends to Jethro as he sits there slumped against the wall. On the other side of the bar, because everybody's been listening to this, everybody. This is Desperate Housewives for your village. On the other side of the bar, a homely looking woman is watching the proceedings, and she's been listening very, very carefully. The others have been muttering and whispering, but she gets up. There's a huge scrape of the bench as she moves, and she comes wobbling over, all belly and bosoms. You know what? I remember a story about people disappearing from some of the other towns. We had a disappearance here a couple of weeks ago, but nobody thought anything of it. Maybe it was just wolves, they said. But he's got the key to that tower. And old Jethro there, we haven't seen him in weeks. We thought he'd ended up in a ditch somewhere after one of his little drinking benders. Or maybe some bandits had got him. She kind of clams up suddenly as if she's said too much, and then scurries off out of the inn, hopefully to go home and lock her door firmly.
We gotta find this tower, obviously. We've got the key. He must have escaped somehow.
Tom looks over as he's slowly picking Jethro up, slinging him over his shoulders, and starts trying to carry him up the stairs to the bedrooms. Yeah, tower's it's about 3 miles out of town, past the Windy Woods. You want to be careful on those roads, but adventurers like you've probably seen it all. You know what you're getting into. If he's escaped from there and there's others, well, we'd all be might grateful if you were to help them out, or help them in any way you can, if you follow my meaning. Something grim must be happening up there, and I don't like the sound of it.
It's impossible. The world itself says I'm possible.
Anything is possible when Ophelia smiles upon you with his crooked teeth. So, what do we want to do?
Is it late evening at this time?
It's early evening. Probably not wise to travel in the woods by dark.
We should, if he wants us to help, we should see if he has anything to spare, and we can give him coin in return, and maybe he'll help us again in the future.
Well, your coin purses will all be stuffed with at least 100 gold pieces to begin with. Those are your life savings and some little jobs that you've done along the way. Always helps to have a little cash to grease a few palms. But don't grease them too well, because sometimes the gold rubs off. You know, this is the disc. You follow Tom upstairs. You see him closing the door to one of the bedrooms that presumably he's laid Jethro down to rest, maybe with some water and a good scrubbing brush. Okay, lads. Oh, sorry, miss. If you're going to be heading out there, you'd probably best not be doing it tonight. There's rooms here. If you guys are going to go and investigate this for us, town will be might pleased. I'll be plenty pleased. Me and old Jethro, we came up together. Lodgings are on me. Food and drinks on me. I'll arrange some scraps and stuff that we can put together from the kitchen that you can take with you in the morning. We don't really have much in the way of adventuring gear, though. But I'll see what I can dig up for you. Just do us proud, yeah? Something's definitely not right about Jethro here. Whatever he's seen, he was just babbling when I put him down. To be fair, he was never the sharpest brick in the wall, but still. He scurries off downstairs to see if he can clean up some of the mess. Most of his patrons have just suddenly disappeared when the thought of work sprung to mind. So, do you want to set off now, or do you want to stay the night and set off in the morning?
I think we should stay the night, because if we can get more information out of him if he's feeling any better by morning. At all, if we can.
I'd prefer not to leave at night. So staying the night would probably be better.
Just to get a full rest before heading out on an adventure.
Indeed, indeed. Okay, well, you sequester yourselves in a room each. The walls are pretty thin and there's an awful lot of snoring going on. Offal the Crocodile God may be an amphibian, but he snores like a freight train. Come the morning, everything seems to be quiet. The inn is unsurprisingly empty. A few upturned benches, some empty flagons left lying on the tables, and Tom is already downstairs with his dirty rag, slowly cleaning it against the bench. And he has what looks like an old backpack sitting on one of the tables. He waves you down. Couldn't get you much, but we had a word with some of the business owners here, and I'm afraid this is all they could save. You've got food in there for each of you for at least 4 meals. So on your character sheets, can you write down that you've got 4 rations each? Managed to scrape together some rope from around the stables. If you kind of knot it together, it'll look pretty, and it might stretch maybe 25 feet. And I got this. He picks up a big iron bar with a bend in one end. Got this from the smithy. I'm not too sure what he uses this for, because kind of the wrong shape to insert into someone. Can one of you add a crowbar to your inventory?
Brian's birthday crowbar!
Every time you hit somebody with it, there's party poppers going off and streamers.
Yeah.
So, 4 rations each, 25 feet of rope, and a crowbar. And that's about all the meager village people can really scrounge up today. It is early in the morning, sun is just starting to break on the horizon. Cori Celesti is illuminated from behind, the mansion of the gods, casting its long shadow out across the disk, as the 3 of you set out on a little muddy road out of town, first thing in the morning, on a lovely spring day. Right.
And we're the 3 best friends that anyone could have.
Right. The journey out of town, he said it would be about 2 or 3 miles outside of the town along this little road. The road used to be quite a wide thoroughfare. You can see that all the trees for maybe 10 feet across, or 3.5 meters across, had been cleared. But the forest has started to retake the road. Bushes have sprung up. The ruts that the wagons would normally leave seem to have kind of filled themselves in over many summers of rain. It's not a road well trodden anymore, but it was once a major thoroughfare. So you feel you're on the right track, literally. The first hour goes particularly uneventful. You're kind of just wandering along, enjoying the scenery, listening to all the tweeting birds and smelling the fresh smells of the forest. Can I get perception checks from everybody, please? So that's a D20 plus your wisdom modifier.
I got a 16.
I got 4.
I got a 19.
Okay, so 16 and 19. You're coming to the top of the hour. The sun's up in the sky, but you get the feeling that you're not alone. Well, duh, it's the countryside. There's birds and bugs and worms everywhere. But you're not alone.
Scan the area to the left and the right.
The ranger's heightened senses detect something behind you. And then something to the left. And then something in front of you to the right. Now, the ranger should know what this means.
Sounds like highwaymen.
You'd think, wouldn't you? So, I'm going to draw this out for benefit of our Twitch viewers. I'm just going to draw a little bit of a map. How are you arranging yourselves on this trail? Who's up front?
We need to go up front.
Yep.
They're all around us. We need to go back to back in general.
Okay.
Well,
in that case, can you all roll for initiative, please? Get a D20, and Sam, you'll want to add your dexterity modifier to that. Initiative at the top in the square.
oof.
You should be
I
plus
have
5, Sam.
No,
Yeah.
initiative.
Dexterity's 3.
So your dex is 3, plus your... So dexterity is 3.
Rolled 8.
But your initiative is in the square at the top there. Should be plus 5.
Oh, I see. Yep.
So you've rolled
Okay, so
an
16 altogether
8.
then.
Yeah, hang on. Me grabbing something I can scribble down on.
Wait. Is it just dexterity?
Dexterity plus your proficiency.
That's interesting.
So, Sam, you're on 8.
Yep.
Brian?
I got 7.
Dustin?
I rolled a 19, and I guess that's a plus 5 then?
You're on 24.
It's saying plus 3. It's just adding my dexterity. It's not adding my proficiency for some reason, though. So I was just curious if it's just dex.
Sorry, you're right. No, no, that's my fault. Sorry, you are just dex. Sam is a rogue. She gets a proficiency bonus.
For Rogue. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not used to
Okay,
play.
that's
So it's just her.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
she's not the only one that's getting the proficiency to the dex. The rest of you, it's just dex.
Okay, so mine's 22 overall.
20. Right, I'm gonna roll for the enemy.
And that makes me a 5.
Okay. Right. Our ranger, whether you want to communicate this is entirely up to you. Sam, for your benefit, when you're doing a combat encounter, and this is just like a training encounter, every turn you get is the equivalent of, let's say, 6 seconds. Now, in combat, you'll get 3 things you can do. You can move. You can do an action, which could be attacking something, or drawing or sheathing your weapon, or maybe drinking a potion. And occasionally, depending on what your action is, you may have enough time to squeeze in a bonus action. I'm going to worry about the technicalities of this a little bit later. We're just keeping it simple to begin with. But each turn is effectively 6 seconds. And, Dustin, you as the ranger on 22, you're going first.
Yay.
Your keen senses and your time out in the outdoors, in the woodlands, you can smell something. You can not just hear, but you can smell. And you can smell these are definitely predators of a type. You can smell like a unwashed funk coming from 3 different directions, surrounding you. And your keen senses hear a growl.
Growl.
Nothing is broken cover yet, so you can't actually see anything.
Okay. Well, at this point, I will stop where I'm at, kind of looking in the directions that I've noticed those scents, and I'm going to just kind of stand there, but I'm just going to ask whatever it is to come out of hiding. That you're not doing a very good job of hiding. I know you're there. You might as well come out now.
Are you knocking your bow?
Yeah, I'm gonna knock it, but I'm not gonna fire at
Okay,
anything,
so
obviously.
knock and draw your bow, and we'll hold your action.
Yep.
Holding your action is basically you can say, I'm going to wait and see what happens, and then my action will happen. So you're not reacting to something, you're getting ready, and you're waiting for whatever is going to attack you. So what will trigger your attack?
If a creature or whatever this is decides to move towards me or my party, if once they do that, I feel that we are being thoroughly threatened, then I would fire, but I'll hold until then.
Okay, the rustling in the bushes ahead of you, and this musty, furry, unwashed smell. The growling is coming directly in front of you. You hear a rustle of leaves behind you to your right. You hear a rustle of leaves behind you to your left. And as you're kind of spinning your head around, you catch the glimpse of some grey shape moving in and out of the brush very, very quickly. From behind you, one of those shapes suddenly rushes into view, and takes a swipe at Brian. You've been cornered by some wolves hunting in the daytime. The wolf takes a swipe at you as it kind of runs past you, and it misses on a 5. From your left, in the other corner, the same thing happens, but this time to Sam's thief. And that is
like a 20.
That was a crit. Okay, so Sam, you are going to take a hit of 6 points.
Okay.
So my attack was a 20 plus the character, or in this case, a wolf's dexterity modifier, which is a 2. So I rolled a 22. A crit in a combat attack means you do double damage. Not only have you hit and defeated that person's armor. In your case, your armor class is 15. It's the little shield symbol at the top of your character sheet. So when I'm attacking you, or any monsters are attacking you, they have to roll higher than your armor class to actually hit you, or to do damage. Otherwise, it bounces off your armor, or you manage to kind of move out of the way and kind of roll with the punch or the hit. Now, in this case, I rolled a crit.
So there's never a situation where it takes off of that?
If I roll less than your armor class, yes. You'll get the hit, but you don't actually take any damage.
Okay, and then over that, it'll just start actually taking away from that 15.
Exactly. So I've rolled a 22. In the case of the wolves, their claws do d6. So I roll a d6. Because I rolled a 20, that's then doubled. So I rolled a 3. So that's 6 points of damage against your character. So in your current hit points, that drops you down to a very dangerous 3. So on your character, where you've got your character hit points, just cross that out, mark in there that you're now down to 3. That was a very unfortunate hit there.
On the armor class, is if it equals your armor class, I believe that's also a hit.
Equals or over, yeah. Okay, Dustin, your action was held. So the last wolf that you saw was the one on your left. Are you going to be aiming at that one because it's the only one you're seeing, or are you going to blind fire into the bushes at the one in front of you?
No, I'm going to aim at the one I see.
Okay, go for it.
All right.
D20. And your short bow is +5 to hit.
That would be a 19 to hit.
That's a 24. That's definitely a hit. And it's a D6 plus 3 damage.
D6, okay. 3 plus 3, so 6.
6 damage?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's the wolves done. Sam, your turn.
We need to see if they're just hungry, okay? They don't usually hunt during the day, and we have food on us. We have backpacks. They could smell our food. What if we try to avoid this entire situation, avoid getting hurt because we suck, and lay some food down and see how it goes?
Okay, so
I will surrender one of my rations.
So you dig around in your backpack and you pull out what looks like a smoked and cured sausage, and
Not the sausage.
okay, you change your mind. Your hand goes back in the backpack, and you pull out what looks like some moldy cheese.
No, the sausages.
All we need is a bun and some ketchup.
Yeah.
Which are you going to go for, the sausage or the cheese?
Spoiled wolves. The sausage.
So you pull the sausage out of your backpack, you're waving it around over your head, and you toss it in the direction of the wolf in front of you. Can you, we're going to have to go with a persuasion check here. Can you give me a straight d20, please?
Okay, well, it was a 5.
The sausage bounces on the ground, gets a little bit dusty, and the lead wolf that really distracted you while the others moved into position kind of leans out and he bares his teeth at you. He's not going for it. Brian, you're up.
Okay, well, I would ready my shield and hammer. And then I noticed the rogue get hit, correct?
You
Or
notice
heard.
the wolf zip past and slash at her with his claws.
Okay, I'll guard on the rogue if any come to attack because she's wounded.
Okay.
Thanks.
That's your. No, that's effectively your movement dealt with. You've moved into positions to cover the rogue. Do you want to use any of your magical ability or potions to help out the rogue?
Okay, yeah, I'll use my Cure Light Wounds on the rogue.
Okay, so that's a level 1 spell, so mark off 1 spell slot used.
You can use spells? Oh, I would have had this done fucking ages ago.
The rogue is probably one of the few non-magical users in the game system.
No!
You've got other skills
down the road.
You've definitely got other skills that were going to come in handy later.
Excelente.
Stabby.
No, sneaky, stabby.
Yeah, sneaky. Stabby.
Well, dude, I literally have sneaky sneak on my thing. Sneaky sneak, numero uno. Excellent.
Yeah, but they ambushed you.
Yeah.
Okay,
well,
so
far,
Cure Wounds, Brian, Cure Wounds is a D8 plus your spellcasting modifier.
Okay, so the modifier 6.
Yep, so D8 plus 6. Sam, this is how many hit points you're going to get back.
Wait, if it's a +6 and she only lost 6, it doesn't matter if he rolls a 1, does it? Okay.
That's true, but I rolled an 8.
So Sam, you're back up to full health. So if you want to,
Yes.
mark that on your character sheet. Oh, hang on. Oh, no. Okay. That's your turn over, Brian. Okay. So Dustin, you're up. You've got a wolf and a sausage in front of you. What are you going to do?
Well, this is a tough choice. Do I grab the sausage? Do I go after the wolf?
I was gonna say, we might die here. Like, this could be your last meal.
Well, this wolf in front seems to be the leader of the wolves.
Well, he was the
Does
one.
it seem that way, or we can't tell?
He was the one that was distracting you, and your knowledge of the woodlands and your many years as a ranger do point you to exactly that conclusion. He's there as the decoy, why the lesser pack members do all the work.
Okay. I'm going to turn and take my bow towards this one.
Towards the
thinking
leader.
that, yeah,
Okay.
that way maybe taking this one out will make the others a little more shy.
Okay, give me a d20 to attack.
Okay. Nat 20.
Very good. Right. So your double damage. At 20, so you'd have been +5 to hit, so that's 25. So it's 2d6 plus 3 damage on the wolf number 1.
I rolled a 6.
Okay, roll it again.
All right. I rolled a 5.
That's 11 plus 3, 14.
Yep.
That was on the lead wolf in front of you, yeah?
Yes.
How do you want to do this?
Oh, is it not going to survive? Oh. Basically, I'm just going to take my bow, notch the arrow. I'm looking straight at this wolf. I can sense it's the leader, and I want to instill fear into these other 2 wolves. So I'm just going to take this and right through them, between the eyes, just.
Okay. For Sam's benefit, if your attack kills an enemy, I will usually say, "How do you want to do this?" You've struck the winning blow against that particular enemy, and you can come up with a creative or legendary action that causes you to finish that character off.
Can I like cuddle things to death? Because we're not supposed to be fighting. Guys.
Potentially. In this case, Dustin did 14 damage, which was well over what the wolf's hit points were. Aiming straight down your knocked arrow, you sight on his muzzle, and you let loose with the arrow. The arrow hits him right between the eyes and skids along his nose, just over the brow of his head, and embeds itself in the meat of his rump, pinning him to the tree behind him.
Should have taken the sausage.
You shot him in the ass! You shot him in the ass! So
Pin the tail on the wolfie.
you've got a wolf pinned to a tree by the ass. Okay, with that's one down. Well done. Brian, the wolf that took a swipe at you is now not so confident. It's just sensed that its leader has gone down. It's thinking it's next in the pecking order, but it's not sure. So it kind of creeps out tentatively, growling at you, but doesn't quite want to take a swipe yet because it might have seniority and might want to run away first. In the meantime, Sam, the one to your behind you to your right, also creeps out because it also thinks it might have seniority here. And it doesn't want to do anything rash that might get itself killed. Dustin, in front of you to your left, there's another rustle in the bushes. None of them seem to want to attack just yet. And that's the end of their go. Sam, your go.
I'm going to go to the one to my right, and I'm going to just yell at the top of my lungs. Like I said, I'm small but mighty AF, and I'm just going to stand there and I'm going to yell and look huge and be intimidating and try to get them going.
Okay, we're going to do
just feel a little scared.
You're going to need to do a persuasion check to do that. So you've got no persuasion modifier, so it's just a straight D20.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, it's an 8.
you're getting better.
You turn around, face the wolf that was behind you to your right, plant your feet in the ground, grind your feet into the dirt, and with your hands on your hips, shout, "Down, boy!" The wolf looks really confused by this and very conflicted. Thousands of years of genetic evolution is making it want to sit. And you can see the back quarters are kind of going down and then popping back up and going down and popping back up in total confusion. Basically, the wolf's backside doesn't actually know what the brain's doing and vice versa. Because genetics and years of domestication of animals has made it want so badly because it wants to be a good boy. Wants so badly to do as he's told. Are you going to move, or is that going to end your turn?
No, I'm not gonna move. I'm gonna
Okay.
stay there.
Brian, you'll go.
So the other one kind of focused on me, but unsure of itself. So, not really a fighter type, so I'm not sure if I could try to intimidate him just by stamping my foot forward and leaning forward with my shield at the same time.
Okay, can I get... we're going to go for intimidation. Again, give intimidation roll. What are we looking for modifier on that one? Our sheets were quite poorly printed, so it's a charisma modifier, which in your case is a d20 plus 2. Ollie Odinson, welcome to the chat, sir. Hope you're feeling better. I'm kind of vaguely keeping an eye on the Twitch chat. I'm really focusing on the game, but well done, sir.
We all hope you get better.
This
I
wasn't
got a
good,
7
was it?
total.
7. So you stand up, you kind of puff out your chest a little. You take your shield and bash it against your chest and bash your hammer against the shield, trying to maybe scare off this wolf. And he's like, "Huh?" It looks to the other wolf on the other side of the path, who's still fighting between standing and sitting and wanting to be a good boy, wanting to be a really, really good boy. But they don't attack. Dustin, we roll around to you now. Have we lost Dustin?
No, he's just thinking. So there's another rustle.
So there's another rustle on the other side of the trail in front of you.
Okay.
Now, it hasn't shown itself, so it's still, whatever it is, it's still concealed in the bushes, so you'll be blind firing into the bushes, which means you'll be doing your attack roll with disadvantage. So you'd roll your d20 to attack, and you'd roll twice, and you'd take the lower of the two values as your attack roll.
Right. And one of the other two is injured.
No.
Well.
No, the other two are just confused.
I've done 6 damage to one of them.
Oh, sorry, no, you're right. Yes, you've done six damage to the one that's trying not to sit.
To the tree.
No, the one that's trying not to sit has taken 6 damage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the one that's pinned to the tree is the pack leader.
Yes.
In the ass.
I'm gonna do a little persuasion this time instead of. I mean, I don't know why, but I think maybe convincing the one that's not injured to join us as a friendly gesture in sparing their measly lives, we're gonna sit there and so the one I guess near Brian, I'm gonna talk to this wild animal for some
Okay.
reason.
Well,
I've
it's a
talked to wild
D20.
animals before.
It's a D20
but-
plus your wisdom, which is for animal handling.
Okay. Which I think is a +2. 10 total.
10 total. You kind of scooch down onto your haunches. It's like, come here, boy. Come here. He's a good boy. Come on, boy. The bushes rustle a bit, and what looks like a small red squirrel kind of just pokes its head out. Whee! And disappears back in the bushes, runs up a tree.
Squirrel was the mastermind.
Okay, we have two very confused looking wolves. One's fighting the instinct to sit and be a good boy. The other one's just a little bit confused by the shiny silver man that's banging his shield. Wolf number 2 decides that you really aren't that shiny and imposing, and decides to lunge at you. You catch it on its shield, on your shield, and just as it kind of rears up, you kind of bat it away with your shield, sending it sprawling back into the bushes. Wolf number 3 is still torn between the confusion of sitting or attacking. Its tail is half wagging. It's just wagging in one direction only, because only one side of the brain is responding to this command. It's kind of stuck there. It needs to reboot. Brian, your deflection, can you give me a d6, please? I'm going to count this as an improvised weapon, bashing it with your shield.
Okay. Oh, I got a 2.
2. Okey-doke. Okay, Sam, your turn.
This wolf just wants to be a good pup. I gotta go in. I might lose a hand here, but I'm going to try a gentle approach. I need a gentle approach. This puppers is on the verge of just being like, I just need love. Okay, so I'm gonna give it love.
Okay, so this again is going to be animal handling, so we need a d20 plus your wisdom modifier, so it's +1.
Is that legal? Is that legal here? Just kidding. Oh. I got 5. That's so sad. I'm gonna lose my hand.
Okay, so you kind of scooch down a little, try and bring yourself down to his level, and you speak in a very soft and quiet tone. Says, "Aren't you a good boy? Bet you're hungry." You lean over and you pick up a broken stick from the ground and just wave it in front of him, trying to catch his attention. You see the tail wag halfway, because one side of the tail just doesn't want to listen and wants to tear your throat out, but the other side of the tail wants to be a good boy. He wants to be such a good boy. Brian.
Okay, so the other one's been knocked away in the bushes, right?
It's knocked back into the bushes, but you saw where it landed. And it would have only had a couple of seconds to kind of get back up on its feet, so you've got a good idea where it is. On the other hand, you can see the one that Sam's trying to domesticate.
And is about to tear my face off.
It will if you don't roll any better.
Well,
It's not giving me that option.
I'm gonna keep most of my attention on the one that Sam is working on, just in case it tries to attack. I'll try to interpose with my weapon.
Okay, so you're going to hold your action.
Yes.
So if it makes a move to attack, then you're going to get your attack in.
Yes.
Okay, doke. Right, Dustin, your turn.
Well, my attempt to domesticate the other one seemed to have failed. This one seems to be a little easier.
Could have had yourself a pet squirrel, man. If only you'd rolled better.
I know. So we're going to try this again, but we're going to take the sausage that's on the ground and toss it to this one.
To Sam's one.
Yeah, to
Okay.
Sam's one. And going to toss it, and I'm going to tell it again, kind of similar to this the squirrel. We're going to have him join us, and we'll even heal his wounds, the ones that I caused, if he continues to be a good boy.
Okay. Give me another animal handling roll, please.
Okay.
It's D20 plus wisdom.
Wow, that's still a 10.
Can I
Same.
name mine Rocky?
Rolled an 8 plus 2, so
Straight
exact
10.
same roll.
Okay, you pick up the sausage and toss it towards the wolf. It lands almost at its feet, and it looks straight down at this sausage. Yeah, if you could read animal minds,
If.
you'd get an air of confusion, because smells like meat, doesn't look like meat. Smells like meat, doesn't look like meat. What is it? I can't eat it, I can't play with it, I can't fuck it. What is it? Oh, maybe. No. Definitely can't. No. Smells like meat. It leans down and sniffs at it. It's still quite confused. Its hindquarters have stopped bobbing up and down at the moment, and its tail has gone completely still as it's sniffing this sausage on the ground. At the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to end it right there.
So, Wolf 3 is kind of enthralled by this meat-smelling thing, but it doesn't quite know what it is. Wolf 2, however, which is the one that Brian bashed with his shield, has kind of recovered himself and is starting to circle around, but this time at a bit more of a distance. The wolves are smart enough to know that you're being distracted by this good boy, such a good boy, on the other side of the trail. And it circles around to the side and comes straight back at you, Brian. You've been holding your action, so I'm going to give you the opportunity to attack.
Okay. Well, I will attack it coming at me. Okay, so I got a 15
Which is a hit.
plus 2 is 17. And then the hammer does 1d4 damage. Now, is it just 1d4 or is it 1d4 plus strength?
It's 1d4 plus 2, because you are proficient with that weapon.
Ah, okay. I always hate rolling 4-sided dice. Oh, well, maybe not this time. I got a 4.
Got a 4. Okay. The wolf springs at you from the bush, but you've anticipated this. You are watching for the move, and you swing the hammer upwards in a huge arcing uppercut. Missing its jaw, but catching it on the front shoulder, again knocking it off to one side. And you hear a very loud squealing whelp, and it hits the dirt, rolls a couple of times, and then scampers off again back into the brush. It's clearly wounded. That blow certainly took the wind out of it. but it's managed to scamper back off into the bushes. Okay, so that's your held action done. Sam, what do you want to do? He wants to be such a good boy.
I know he wants to be such a good boy. I don't know what to do. I want to pet him. I don't want to hurt him.
Well, if you want to try animal handling again. So it's going to be D20.
This is
D20 plus wisdom.
This baby can get us 20.
The wolf and
Fuck
pull back
off.
a stump.
I got a 3. What's my wisdom? 0.
Your wisdom, you're 13, so that would have been a +1. That would have been a 4 total.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong one.
You know, it's
We
usually
should roll
it's usually the rangers that are good at like working with animals. You know, it's funny how this is working out.
I love animals. You guys are all freaking killing them.
Okay, you're still kind of hunched down on your just kind of squatting down on the trail. You've got the stick in your hand and you're waving the stick in front of him, trying to catch his attention. And he's now torn between sausage and stick. And sausage and stick. And sausage and stick. And he so wants to be a good boy, but sausage and stick. You throw the stick into the brush and say, "Go get it, boy." Okay, Brian, your turn.
I'm just going to keep an eye on the area to where the one attacked me rolled into the bush.
Okay.
And hold my action.
Hold your action again. Okie doke. Dustin?
Can I see either of the wolves at this point?
So there's the one that Sam's crouched down next to.
Yeah.
Your keen senses will have seen where the wolf, the one that Brian hit with his hammer, where that landed and where it kind of scurried off back into the bushes. So you can get a rough idea of where it is, but again, you'd be shooting with disadvantage if you chose to.
Okay. Well, at this point, I think I've tried to get this wolf to join us, and it's just sitting there, and it's confused, and it doesn't know what to do, and it's hurt, and I think it's time to put it out of its misery.
As every hunter should, you never leave an animal wounded. You always go for a kill.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're gonna notch another arrow at this one in front of Sam.
Okay, so your D20
Fire.
plus 5.
Yeah, and it's. I am very. I don't want to do this clearly. And it's a 7 total.
7. Okay, 7 is a miss. You fire. The wolf is kind of jinking around, confused between the stick and the sausage. And your shot lands almost just next to it, embeds itself in the ground, which startles the wolf. Breaks it out of its trance, and it refocuses on Sam right in front of him. He doesn't know who's attacked him. All of a sudden, this thing just appeared next to him, and it scared him. He bares his teeth and starts growling again.
Oh, look, another stick.
Sam, he's focused entirely on yourself. Takes a swipe at you for an 8, which I think kind of glances off your armor. Wolf number 2 disappeared back into the brush. He comes around on your blind side, Brian, and attacks you for a 17. Should be a hit.
If you're taking my shield off, yes, because I would have 16
Okay.
bit of shield.
And that does 4 points of damage to you. So, comes around on your blind side, kind of pounces at you sideways, catches you a little off guard, knocks you to the ground. The impact kind of knocks the wind out of you. And he's now standing over your chest, almost pinning you to the ground. You can smell yesterday's rancid squirrel on his breath. Dustin, your turn.
Ooh, I've got a tough choice here. You said the one's on Brian?
So the one's
this
on
point-
Brian, kind of his front legs are basically on Brian's shoulders, pinning him down. He's not grappled. He's just kind of pinned down for the moment. And the one by Sam is growling at her, thinking that she was the one that tried to poke it with the stick. The arrow.
No, that's the stick. I want to help Brian out in this situation, and I'm going to since he's pinned, I'm going to fire, I guess, another arrow, but this time at this wolf
The one on top of Brian.
on top of Brian.
Okay, knock an arrow, let loose, and give me a d20.
That would be a 9, I think, plus 5.
Yep.
Okay.
14,
14.
is a hit. So d6 plus 3 damage.
All right. And that's a 2 plus 3, so 5.
Okay. How do you want to do that one?
Well, this isn't. I wasn't intending for a killing blow, so this isn't going to be like real flashy. This is more of just trying to help a friend out.
Boink.
So
It's like, this is so unfair. Boink.
So I'm gonna fire, but I'm just kind of aiming to for the side, and just to knock it off. And
It's a
I
freaking
probably,
arrow, dude. It's pointy and metal.
yeah,
I mean,
I
if you had an
I hit
arrow with a
something-
little miniature boxing glove on it, like in a cartoon, you should have told me.
no, I just I might have hit something a little more vital than anticipated.
Or a Nerf
an
dart.
internal
If you
organ.
had a Nerf dart, you could have told me.
I don't. It was either that or a dagger.
Okay. Brian, from your point of view, you've got stinky dog breath, and then all of a sudden you hear a thump, and stinky dog breath goes away. And instead you feel something warm and wet spreading across your lower regions. You're not too sure if stinky dog breath is dead or if you've had an accident. We'll determine that on your go. Okay, we have wolf number 3 that's currently dealing with Sam. Wolf number 3 is still very confused, but it still thinks that Sam has attacked it. And it attacks with a 5. So that doesn't do any damage, does it? Sam, you need a rolled up newspaper just to kind of swat it on its muzzle.
I really do. However, I'm going to take a different approach here. I'm going to grab that sausage and I'm going to throw it up in the air. It was curious about that sausage. I'm going to throw it up in the air and I'm going to get into the bushes myself.
Okay.
I'm gonna hide for a sec.
Okay. I'm struggling to decide what kind of roll you need to grab said sausage. Dixie's very good at handling sausage-shaped items, isn't she? Let's just call it a straight dex check. So just straight dexterity, d20 plus 3. Just to see if you manage to pick it up in one go and not fumble it.
Ooh, D16 and 3. Okay,
So
I got 19.
Okay, you grab this. You kind of, as the wolf is momentarily distracted by seeing its pack mate almost gutted by a broad-headed arrow, not the one with the boxing glove on, because you knocked the wrong arrow. You're not Hawkeye, you know, but they don't automatically rotate, and you just pull out the one you need. It's momentarily distracted by this. Sam, you manage to swoop down, grab the sausage, and throw it up in the air. It immediately looks straight up at this sausage. Anything else you want to do?
The other two are fucking done. We're booking it. We're all going. These wolves are done with. We're going.
Okay, so you're pegging it. Okay, Sam.
We should all peg it.
Sam throws that up in the air, and she. Dustin, you sense a blur of motion, but you can't quite see what's going on. Almost as if there was a meep meep, and something just whizzed past you as the rope disappears out of sight.
I thought we could all go.
Brian,
Laying on the ground still.
you're laying on the ground with a wet groin. You don't know if it's wolf blood or if it's your own misfortune.
True.
What do you want to do?
I'm gonna try and get up on my elbows and actually take a look further down. Was that me or him?
It looks kind of red. You're still not sure. This happened to you once, and the abbot said not to worry about it, but, you know, you're still not sure. I'm assuming you're going to get up and at least try and figure out what the hell's going on, yeah?
I'll push myself the rest of the way up.
Okay. You kind of scramble up just in time to see Sam toss a sausage in the air and run.
What?
I mean, you didn't see her pull a pin out with her teeth or anything, so... And hand grenades in this world are normally like cartoon bomb shapes with little burning fuses on them. So, yeah, you don't think anything's going to go really bad, but there is a wolf who's staring up at this sausage and it's kind of wagging its tail. Are you going to stick around?
I'm gonna take off as well.
Okay. Your movement speed is 20. You are wearing half plate, aren't you?
Oh, chainmail.
Chainmail. Okay, so you're going to kind of jingle your way out of that combat. Because it's more of a jingling shh 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 sound as you're running. But yep, you're bugging out of there. Dustin, your two party mates have just tear-assed past you. One of them in a slightly grey and burgundy blur. The other one sounding strangely like sleigh bells.
Curious where they're just going without saying anything as I see this sausage go flying in the air. Look around, see that this wolf seems distracted. My mates are running. I guess I'll follow after them, but I will not necessarily keep pace as to watch our backs in case this wolf decides to follow.
Okay, so you disengage also. Guys, Wait for me! I fell on my keys! And you're all out of that one, and that's the end of that combat round. So, Sam, this is mostly for your benefit. This is how combat works in D&D. Your mic's still muted, by the way. Whenever a combat round starts, I'll ask you to roll for initiative. That determines the order in which you take your turns. So in this case, Dustin rolled a 22. He goes first. I rolled 15 for the wolves. I play all three wolves in one go. I'm not rolling for them individually. Then it was your go, and then Brian. You can do an action, you can do a movement, and you can do a bonus action. We're not getting too technical about that stuff yet, just keeping it nice and fluid, but that's pretty much how combat works. Remember, when you're fighting with animals, general like everyday animals will not fight to the death. They will normally retreat once they've been wounded. That applies doubly to pack animals. When we get into other types of creatures, that might not be the same case. Wolves, horses, your general kind of farm or wilderness animals, they're not sentient. They're just hunting out of instinct. But when you encounter other kind of creatures, some of those creatures are incredibly intelligent, more likely intelligent than yourselves, and they will be using other means to attack or defend. So, at this point, our heroes are running away. Run away! Run away! Kind of like sprinting up this path. And I'm going to say we'll stop there for a quick break. We've been in for about an hour and just over an hour and a half now. So let's take a quick 10 minutes, refresh your coffees, nip to the loo. I'm going to grab some more water, and then we'll recontinue.
Okay.
Okay.
Can Matthew Lillard play any other character apart from himself? Because he just plays himself in every film he does.
Yeah, he's my favorite, and we found a paddle.
It's like, I'll be right back. Yeah.
He's been playing D&D for 30 to 40 years.
Well, he's been
30 years. 30 years.
He's been playing Shaggy for the last 20, isn't he?
Well, until they replaced him. But yeah, he has been until this new movie Scoob. But yeah, he has his own D&D company.
Oh, nice! I had no idea he was a D&D player.
Oh yeah, he's been playing since he was 20, I think he said. So he's now 50, 51.
Well, it surprised the hell out of me when I found out that Vin Diesel was a D&D player.
Oh yeah,
That's about the time that I started playing D&D too, when I was about 18, 19 years old.
Yeah, Vin Diesel's character from The Last Witch Hunter is based off his D&D character.
That was his D&D character.
My mom used to love the movie She's All That with Matthew Lillard in it.
And Freddie. And Rachel Lee Cook.
Well, at the moment, Joni's friend Alicia Marie is, I think she's streaming a D&D match. I did invite her to kind of jump into the Twitch later on if she finishes in time. Okay. But she's been playing Sea of Thieves with Freddie Prinze Jr. and a couple of his guys on their Geek channel.
Yep. And Claire Grant, who's the wife of Seth Green.
So, yeah, the nerds have taken over the world. We're in good company. Now we're just bickering about who's the nerdiest of the nerds.
Weebs are right behind.
No, my nerd penis is larger than yours.
This is my rogue shirt.
Fishing for points.
Well, unfortunately, I'm the ranger and you're the rogue, but I was like, I'm gonna wear my rogue shirt.
Well,
because my character.
I was tempted to put on like a satin robe with a hood and go all dark and moody.
You should have.
You wouldn't be able to see me. Just
put
the candles flickering in the corner.
DM screen right in front.
Well, you could have had the red robe and then the white hair with the little ponytails coming down the side of the head, just like Dungeon Master in the cartoon.
By the way, Sam, I asked you earlier about rolling a d6, and I've been rolling for you since.
I downloaded a different one.
Oh?
I downloaded a different one.
Okay, that's a much
better one. So that I got a d6.
Okay. The reason I was asking for the d6 is because your character is prone to getting the giggles at just random times. If I roll a 6, or if you roll a 6, then you burst out in a fit of giggles.
Yes!
So during a combat round, every round, you're going to be rolling a d6 to see if you manage to contain your giggles.
That row, okay.
Which is going to be especially fun if you're stealthing.
I know! All of a sudden, I'm going to be like almost where I need to be, and then bam! That's what I'm just going to have to...
Stealthing is going to be really fun for this.
Right.
Because Brian can't stealth.
Jingle, 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 jingle.
And you and I are supposed to be stealthy.
Yes, we are. So far, I tried to even handle a key, and I failed. So, I'm just gonna leave all the puppies and sausages to you folks, and
So, Sam, you're asking why there are so many different types of dice, and why we have so many different sets of dice.
4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 20, and 100.
Well, I didn't just mean that. I mean, like, you've got 7 or 8 complete sets, because midway through a game, your D20 has let you down 3 times in a row. That dice is going into dice jail, and you get another one.
I haven't opened it
that
yet.
Or across the room.
But these are galaxy-colored dice that I got.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wait.
Sam's ones didn't arrive in time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'm really sad. They were supposed to come in yesterday, and
I don't know if the camera's going to pick that up.
I was late.
You can see that it's transparent. These are opalite.
They're beautiful.
Yeah, they're very delicate as well. If I was to drop this on a hard floor, it would shatter.
Oh yeah, see, I'm using metal dice.
If you were to drop that on a hard floor, you'd dent the
I
floor.
saw those, and I wanted them.
Yeah, and they match my.
Oh, that's odd because I use one of those as well.
Yeah, it's nice.
Love
I got
it.
tired of rolling dice and having to find them.
Chasing the dice under the fridge and like trying to get the cat off it before it. Right. Okay. Okay. So with the end.
I got those ones.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice.
Well, you're getting them eventually.
I'm getting them. It says on the way, but it may be late.
We
So
already
they
know
said
it's
today that your parcel is going to be here Tuesday now.
Oh wow. Okay.
Well, Amazon, you've let me down.
Is it Amazon or is it Canada Post?
It may not come by Amazon. Did it say it was a Prime delivery item when you ordered it?
Yep.
Okay. Well, yeah, Amazon.
I put that option on.
Okay, so normally now we would be, after a combat encounter, that would be enough to level you up to level 2. That's going to be a much longer conversation, which I'm not going to do now. So we're going to kind of plow on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you to add to your hit points. Now, when you were reading through your character classes, it tells you how many hit points you're allowed to add per level. So I think Ranger is 8. Paladin, I think, might be 10. Can't remember off the top of my head. I should get the book out rather than just making it up.
Well, if it's standard hit dice rules, yeah, Paladin being a fighter would be die 10.
Okay, so Brian, you roll a d10 and increase your maximum hit points by that amount.
Well, no, cleric and ranger are they're die 8. Like I'm only a die 8.
Okay,
Yeah, he's not a paladin.
Yeah, so you want to add. You can either take the average, which is 6, or you can roll and hope you get an 8.
Is it 5?
I'm gonna roll.
He's taking the average,
I
isn't
like-
he?
No, I'm gonna roll because I
What'd you
like
say?
the randomness.
Yeah, I think the average is
Yeah,
5.
the average is 5.
for us.
Sorry, yeah.
Yep.
Is the average 5?
Yeah, I was gonna say it wouldn't be. Did you roll a 5?
I rolled 5.
So 5, and then you're going to add your Constitution modifier to that,
Oh, good.
and
'Cause I
increase your
rolled a
hit
4.
points by that amount.
Con is +2. So
Well, I turned it around. I go from 12 to 21.
Sam, I'm just paging through the rogue. You're also D8, so if you want to roll an 8-sided dice, and then add your con modifier, which is +1.
That's only 4 in total.
Okay, so add 4 to your total hit points. Not your current, but your maximum total.
I think is everyone at max except for
Dustin, you've not taken a hit.
Sam healed all the way.
She was healed and then knocked back down again. And Brian, you've not taken a hit yet either.
No, I got 4 points damage because when
Brian?
it pounced on top of me.
Brian's the one that got hit.
Yep.
Sam's, I think, is at full.
Yeah, I'm at full. You said the 4 was added to not to the current hit points?
Your total.
To your total maximum. So after you've had a break, or you've been healed, or you've had something to eat, or you've had a long rest, then you'll go back up to your full. So your full hit points is now higher, but you're still wherever you were, whether you're on 6 or 8 or 10, you're still at that level until you've had a rest and you've managed to recuperate some of your energy. There's other things that we would have to do to your character, but I'll do that after the session. We'll go through all that in Discord. because you'll be increasing some of your stats, you'll be increasing bonuses, you might get extra features to your character. Just depends on how high you go up by the end of this session and what your character class is. But we're going to do that all separately. So for now, I just want to get your hit points up, and we'll worry about everything else a little bit later. Okay, I'm assuming you're going to continue down this long and winding country road.
Yeah.
Take me home to
I
the
guess
place
I'll let
I
Sam say because
belong.
she's the one leading
Sit
the way.
that, Omar.
Weird Watchtower in the morning.
Yeah.
Country road. Shut a wolf in the ass.
Sing anymore and they're gonna ban you.
Oh yeah, Twitch
Gonna
sings.
ban
I'm gonna
you.
get a copyright strike. Crap, I'm gonna have to mute that.
They're gonna block the audio.
Audio
Okay,
muted.
so we are proceeding, and you proceed uneventfully. After about another half an hour's travel, you come to the crest of a hill. So this road has taken you kind of winding through the woods. You haven't noticed it's not really that windy. Maybe that's not why it's called the Windy Woods. But yeah. Leads you to a large open field with a hill in the center. And on that hill you can see what looks like a circular watchtower with a large stone building to the side of it. Part of the building has collapsed on the corner, and the roof has caved in, but the tower itself looks like it's still standing in very good condition. The grass around this hill is pretty overgrown, except two paths leading out into the trees. One towards you, following the road, so people have been going in and out of the tower along this path. And your ranger, with his keen senses, has already spied that some of the grass has been flattened down on the other side of the tower, the other side of the hill from where you are. So it looks like there is an entrance and an exit to this building, and it has been in use very recently. Tower is, at a guess, you'd say maybe 4 stories tall, so about 50 feet. Spiraling around the tower, you've got small little arrow slits, and the occasional half moon shaped window. But you can't see any lights or anything coming from the inside. It's almost probably about nearly 10 o'clock in the morning now, so it's far too bright to see anything that might be going on inside. Everything seems quiet. Can I get perception checks from everybody, please? So D20 plus your wisdom.
Nervous for a second there. I got an 11.
8.
Oh, you were nervous?
Well, I rolled a 7, and it's like, is that a 1 or a 7?
Oh,
I also
Let's
rolled a 7.
I rolled a natural 1.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So, Brian, you and Sam are kind of staying crouched in the bushes. You don't want to expose yourself to anybody that might be looking out for passers-by or anybody who's on guard. But you can't see any movement. You can't smell anything. The ranger, on the other hand, decides that he's going to kind of circle round a little bit. And trips over an exposed root, landing flat on his face on the trail. A couple of pigeons are startled by this and fly up out of the bushes. So you're at the base of this hill. You can see the tower in front of you. There's about 30 feet of open ground between you and the tower. And the tower's got a very clear view in all directions. How do you want to do this?
How tall is the grass?
Grass is about just over knee height, almost approaching your thigh.
It's over my head right now.
Well, I'm thinking the only way that we can kind of approach without being seen would be to go prone and kind of crawl along the ground.
Could do that, yeah.
I got a head start.
Yeah, I see that.
Rangers. Smart.
You're just you're down low, smelling the earth just to see if if the conditions are just right. I mean, has there been enough rain lately? Has anyone come through the trail? Can you hear anything moving in the earth?
That's it. You got your ear to the ground.
That's it. Rangers lead the way. Okay, how do you want to handle this? You can go in bold as anything, go up and knock on the door. If you've got a good excuse for doing it, you can stealth your way up, but that will require multiple stealth rolls.
I think I should go up first.
Are we sure about that?
I roll like shit, but
Hey there,
but
Shep.
I've got
Thanks for
the
stopping
best
by.
stealth.
Okay, Sam, if you want to try it, so it's a d20 plus 5. You've got a good stealth bonus.
Hello? It's just leaving me hanging. What are you doing? I got a 3.
Okay, so Sam slips out, kind of crawling around on her elbows and her knees and kind of wiggling her way along the ground. Sam, you think you are invisible. You are at one with the grass. Only the beetles know that you're there, and that's because you just trod on one. Otherwise,
Damn straight.
you are a ghost as you move through this grass. Brian, you and Dustin see her just do through the grass.
It's probably better than what we would do.
Sam, can I get a D6 from you as well, please? See if you can keep a straight face while you do it.
There's my stupid giggles. 1. Oh, I get good.
She's sitting there laughing. I'm stealthing.
You make it about
I didn't
10
forget.
feet into the grass, quite blatantly obvious to anyone who might even have their eyes open, and then just pause, giggle to yourself, and carry on. Strangely, nothing has happened yet.
Good, I didn't attract any unwanted attention yet.
You make it all the way to you make it all the way up to the wall of the tower, and turn back and realise that your party have not followed. Like, guys, come on!
I was going up ahead. I was being stealthy.
You were, as far as you were concerned, you were the stealthiest ever. You're the stealthiest stealth that ever did stealth.
Hey, it says right on my traits, sneaky sneak, okay?
Have you tried sneaky sneak successfully?
Okay,
Practice makes perfect.
You make it.
Dustin, you've still got your face in the dirt, so you didn't see all of this, but you did hear her giggle and shout, "It's okay, I'm fine, you can come up now."
I guess there's no point in us stealthing at this point. I'm talking to Brian, I guess. Like, what do you think? What did you see?
I don't think there was any reaction from anywhere, so yeah, I guess we could just approach regularly.
So, Brian, you stand there, you kind of pull up your chainmail skirts, and you're through the grass. Okay, you make it to the tower, and nothing's happened. No trumpets have blown, no warning shouts from any lookouts or anything. You can't understand why. This doesn't seem right. This was almost too easy. Looking around the tower, you can see that where you're standing, there's a large, looks like a really thick, heavy oak door with bands of iron running across it. Above you, you can see that there's a couple of little half-moon windows. That marks the first floor, the second floor, and the third floor. You can't see any lights or anything coming from it, and you can't smell anything coming from it. The building to the side of the tower looks like it may have been some form of storage or stables for a horse, but part of it's collapsed. The wall has come down on one side, and the roof's collapsed along with it. You can't see any entrance to it from where you are at the moment.
The door could be trapped. I think we should try to climb up what we can and peek through one of these windows first.
Okay. You could do that straight away, or you could maybe investigate the door to see.
True. Investigate the door.
Okay.
Traps.
Given it's our thief doing this, going to do an investigation check. So it is a D20, and you're going to be adding your intelligence modifier. You're proficient in that, so you actually get D20 plus 4 for investigation.
Okay, I got 11.
Okay. You examine the door really carefully. Made of wood. There's not a handle, so to speak. There's an iron ring, the kind of way you'd lift it up and twist, and a bar would flip up on the other side to latch the door, kind of like a gate bar. The door itself, you can, as I said, you could see it's banded with iron. It's a very old, very heavy-looking oak door. This would survive an awful lot of battering if that tower was being raided. You notice that there's a few scuffs in the dirt on the doorstep, and there's a bottle of milk sitting there. It looks like that might have been there a few hours.
Bottle of milk.
Yeah, maybe that doesn't translate across the pond. In the UK, up until, actually even up to now, it's common for you to have milk delivered to your doorstep. Used to be very common when I was a kid. You'd have like the milkman would come along, drop off a couple of pints of milk, and then
Someone's too young.
and then gets paid at the end of the week. So for you, it'd be a bag of milk just propped up on the door.
Excellent. That's what I needed to hear. Sounds fucking disgusting, but okay.
Yeah, it's like a sheep's stomach full of milk and knotted at the top.
What?
So they used to deliver milk in like glass bottles, and they'd have.
Oh yeah, I've seen those lots. He said a bottle of milk, and I was just like,
hang on.
what kind of bottle are we talking?
Hold tight. I'm gonna go and get it. Hang on.
That's what I'm assuming, Omar. Is you mean this fresh delivered glass?
Yeah, it's
bottle.
kind of like what you see in the 50s sitcom.
Yeah.
We actually got some eggnog this year that was in one of those bottles.
You got
crazy.
eggnog?
I love eggnog. It's my favorite.
What about holiday nog?
What's that?
Oh, that's the alcoholic eggnog?
Ooh. So
before,
like rum and eggnog?
at least in the UK, before the rise of the supermarket, that's a milk bottle. It's exactly 1 pint.
Mm-hmm.
And the milkman would deliver these to your house every other day. And you just settle up the book at the end of the week. It normally have a little tin foil cap pressed around the top. And in the wintertime, the birds would peck through the cap and drink the cream off the top of the milk. So that's a UK milk bottle.
That's so cool. It's
I
much prettier than my milk egg.
It's not as... I'd say it's probably a bit more ecologically friendly than a plastic bag.
Yeah.
But this is when we still had
quite.
butchers on every high street in every town. You had a greengrocer on every town. You had the milkman doing the milk deliveries. And it's not just milk, you could buy bread, you could buy cheese from him as well. Now, that's all supermarket stuff. So, there is a bottle of milk sitting on the doorstep. It looks like it's 2%. And it hasn't been pecked through by the birds yet, so it hasn't been there for very long.
A favorite. I think we should pretend to be the delivery guys. I want to pretend to be the delivery men.
Okay.
Knock on the door and ask them if they want another order.
So,
or a bigger order.
You very boldly go up and
upsell.
Bang on the door with your fist. You hear a shuffling from inside. It's it's early. And then another shuffling as somebody kind of, sound of somebody quite large and maybe quite sleepy makes his way over to the door. You hear a shunk as two bolts are slid aside, and a shunk as a bar is lifted off the door and slid out away from the door. And the door kind of pulls in and opens a crack. It's like, what do you want?
I brought your milk, but I noticed that you've been going through it quicker. We should get you some more here.
Is it Tuesday already? Hang on. 1 second. Jimmy, was it 1 pint on Tuesday or 2? He says it was 2. You've only left the 1. Can we get another one tomorrow if you're passing? He reaches down and picks up the bottle and kind of cradles it.
Well, what have you guys got going on there? We've had a long trek, long trek.
Well, yeah, it's been a bit busy. The boss came. And you know, when the boss comes, all the cheese goes and all the bread goes. We could probably do some more orange juice as well. Can you add 2 more pints for tomorrow? Get a pint of juice, 2 loaves, and a bit of bacon if the lad in the town's got any left, because I haven't any bacon. I can't do anything without me bacon. We're good for it, honest. He kind of looks at you blankly. You're still half asleep.
Will do. Go back to bed.
Okay. You see him turn and he's about to close the door, and you just slide your foot in between the door frame and the door. Is it? Oh, your foot. Sorry. There's something else. You kind of lean in. It's a. What about the empties? I need to take the empties back to the depot. Yeah, empties. Empty what's? Oh, milk bottles. Empty bottles. Yeah. Yeah, I think you better come in. This might take a minute. You all right there, or do you want to come in? I know you've had a long walk, you might be a bit tired. I'm really tired. I was on guard duty all night. He kind of wanders off into the tower, leaving the door open.
I'm gonna wave the fellas inside, and we're gonna head on in there.
Okay, so the ranger sneaks up in kind of commando crawls in along the grass. The cleric's like lifted his chainmail skirts up and is like daintily walking through the tulips. You slip inside the door. Are you guys going to make an attempt at being stealthy doing this, or? Because he's only seen Sam so far.
I am, but I don't want to be seen, so I'm going to slip on my little ring that I believe will make me invisible.
Okay. You because you're prone to losing things when you're like ninjaing through the forest lands. You keep the ring tied to a bit of string up the inside of your sleeve. So what you do is you shake it, the ring drops out, and you can just quickly flip it onto your finger.
Okay.
It's what your mum taught you to do with your mittens when you were a kid. It just makes sense. So you slip this ring on. Can I get a D20 stealth from you, please, Dustin?
Sure. I think that's a
I believe you're +5.
+5, yeah. That is a nat 20.
Okay. You slip on the ring. From your point of view, the world goes black and white. And everything's shimmering gently. You slide through the tiniest of cracks in the door and just hug the wall all the way around. Even your companions don't see you do this. And they're still looking around for you, looking at the grass. Brian, you gather up your chainmail skirts. What are you going to do?
I'll approach the door.
Okay. You have a door in front of you.
Is it still open?
It's still open, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna step inside.
Okay, you step inside. As you step inside, you reach into your back pocket, pull out one of your Offler pamphlets, and just and lean it up against the milk bottle. You never know.
Always need more followers.
Today could be the day to change your life.
It isn't where you came from. It's where you're going that counts.
It isn't your actions that define you, it's the last thing you ate. He's half man, half crocodile. Come on, use your imagination. Okay, Sam, are you going to stealth in, or are you just going to kind of walk in as invited?
Walk in as invited.
Okay. You walk in. You kind of push the door too, but you're careful not to let it latch closed. You might need a quick exit at some point. You can see the guardsman has kind of wandered off into the main room, and now that you've stepped in, you can see that the entire downstairs of this tower is one big open round space, probably about 30 or 40 feet across, so a reasonable size. There's a fireplace at one side, with a chimney breast going up to the floor above. And on the other side, the exact opposite side, you can see some stone steps winding up to the level above. The ceiling above you is wooden beams and wooden planks. And scattered around the room is a table with some benches. There's some leftovers of some meals on there. On the other side, there looks like some sleeping pallets have been made up. So a blanket laid on the floor with just like a rolled up jacket or a rolled up coat to act as a pillow. It smells. It smells bad in here. That kind of old, sweaty, you were once a teenager and you didn't shower regularly kind of smell. Kind of like really bad cheese and Mexican feet. The fire is roaring away. That probably isn't helping. You can see that somebody has strung a piece of line or string across the fire breast, and they've just pegged their socks onto that, letting them dry. You look around carefully and you see that actually there's quite a lot of loose clothing hung over chairs to dry, and you can see a couple of shields leaned up against the wall. at the bottom of the stairs. There looks like there would have been evidence. There's evidence that there would have been tapestries hanging on the walls. You can see that there's little iron loops embedded into the wall where a metal bar would have gone across and an ornate carpet or a tapestry would have been hung. But all of that's gone. It's just bare rock and quite a bit of a mess. Kind of looks like a frat party at 2 o'clock the next morning. Personally, I would have expected there to be strippers asleep on the floor somewhere, but, you know, these guys don't roll the way I roll. So, the guard has kind of wandered off. He's picking through the dirty plates. He's looking for the milk bottles, bless him. Just give us a second. I know I saw one earlier. We made the captain a brew. I think he might have used the last of it, actually. Did you say you brought one with you? He's just calling over his shoulder as he's like digging around under the table on his hands and knees.
Sorry, brought what?
The milk. It's Tuesday, isn't it?
Yeah, we did. We have one here.
Oh, okay. That's good. Okay. Yeah, Captain gets right cranky if he doesn't have his tea in the morning. I'll get cranky if I don't have my bacon, but nobody cares. He's kind of, at the moment, he's basically on all fours with his head stuffed under the big long table as he's kind of digging around on there trying to grab a stray milk bottle. What do you want to do?
There's stairs leading.
Yep, it looks like it's just solid stone stairs that have been built into the wall. There's no handrail or banister or anything. It's just stone steps winding around the outside curve of the tower. That leads up to an opening in the roof and up onto the first floor.
I will continue stealthing, and I want to go up that just to peek around, see where it leads. Okay.
You, still with your back hugged against the wall, you start moving around the outside edge of the tower. Your compatriots have no idea where you've gone. It's like he was there a minute ago, and then he's like gone. And all they can see is just like, it's almost like like when you see the sun moving across a wall in like time lapse. There's this dark shadow moving, not a shadow as in the outline, just a block of shadow moving as if the light in the room has changed to a different position. Meanwhile, your kind of sleepy guardsman is still digging around under the table.
I'm gonna chat him up a little bit. He can't quite remember anything, so I'm going to say, "Look, I've been your mailman, your milkman for a long time. You always seem so tired. You always seem so overworked. Like what has you so consumed in work? What has you so consumed?"
So
I want to get him talking.
He kind of pulls back a little. Oh, I hate when that happens. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen you actually. I think I'm usually asleep when you come round. Oh, that's gonna leave a mark. Kind of stands up and kind of balances himself on a bench. You know, Captain came round and he brought a couple of his guys with him, and they're kind of doing the rounds. They keep coming around every so often to kind of check up on us, you know, make sure we're keeping the villagers in line, you know, feeding the prisoners, that kind of thing. Some human rights crap. I don't know where he gets it from, honestly. But you know, it's not for me to understand. I just do as I'm told. But I've been on guard duty 3 nights now. I'm so tired. Bed and my bacon and a brew. A brew would be lovely. But no, I'm the one that's got to do it. I don't get to. You don't look like a milkman. You look like a girl.
Oh, you know what they say, potato, potato. But you know what? Those prisoners are probably getting hungry, and I know how frustrating that is, and you are absolutely exhausted. Why don't you go to bed and I feed them?
Have you got potatoes?
Potatoes for the prisoners.
You smash browns. Hash browns and bacon. Oh. Can I get a D20 from you, please?
Yep. 6.
6.
I
You
roll so good.
you kind of slip an arm around him in a friendly way. Say, look, yeah, you really look like you should be going to bed, and you give his neck a bit of a pinch. It's like, ow! What'd you do that for?
It's just the way we say hello in back in my hometown.
Oh, okay. D6, please, Sam.
2.
You managed to refrain from giggling. You kind of take him by the arm and guide him over to his pallet and just plonk him down. It's like, okay, look, you have a rest. I'll take care of the bottles. I think you found them all. I'll take care of the bottles. I've left one for you by the door. That'll get you through today. And tomorrow, we'll bring 2, you said? Yeah? And some bread? And some bacon?
And the bacon?
Or what, tell you what, because you've been so nice, I'll bring you some extra bacon, just charge you. And some orange juice. Did you want some orange juice? Don't know where we're going to get oranges at this time of the year. Yeah, for somehow they just magically make orange juice. I mean, who knows what those would.
Yeah.
He kind of flops down on the floor, just kind of sprawled, and you kind of tuck him in. And after a few seconds, you just hear a snoring. Guy's out for the count.
Excellent. Okay. Well, Dustin's upstairs.
You don't know where Dustin is.
Okay, right. Dustin has vanished. We have no frickin' clue where he is. But we have to find where those prisoners are. We have to see where they are. But we need to see if there's anyone else around first. He said us. He said comes and checks up on us. So there could be more than one guard, and we need to see if that's the case.
Okay, Brian?
Say that again?
I'll slowly head upstairs, I think.
Okay.
Just not to make too much noise.
So you've witnessed all of this. You're a little bit confused at how completely non-violent this whole encounter has been. And it's like, Offler smiles upon us with his evil toothy grin. Dustin, in the meantime, you didn't witness any of this. You just ghosted up those stairs like a bad smell in a toilet. And just as you come level with the floor of the first floor, you kind of just peek your eyes up. You can see that this room is laid out as almost as a barracks. There's beds. Looks like stuffed mattresses with blankets draped over them. They haven't been particularly well made. I mean, housekeeping's just right out the window here. Again, there's a fire on the back wall with a common chimney going up the side of the tower. And at the top of the stairs, you've got the floor, and then you can see on the other side of the room, the stairs continue up to the next level. At the moment, you can't sense anybody on this floor, but you can hear things coming from the floor above you. Sounds like scraping of boots over the wooden floor, and you can hear some very muffled voices in conversation.
I will. Let's see. I don't believe there's anyone on the current floor that I'm about to reach. I want to get closer to maybe see if I can understand what's being said, but not close enough to be noticed.
Okay.
In case they may come down.
You continue to move stealthily. You haven't broken stealth, so you don't need to re-roll. You continue ghosting through the room, kind of ducking down behind the edges of the beds just in case, and then darting across to like a bedside table, sneaking your way across the room. There is nobody there. That floor is completely empty. And you get to the other side of the room where the stairs start winding up, and flatten your back up against the stairs. And you can just about hear some of the words of conversation coming from the floor above you. It's whispered, or at least it sounds whispered, or hoarse, or maybe just slightly, just on the edge of earshot. But somebody doesn't sound happy. It's one voice, one very commanding voice that you can hear above all of the others. And then it sounds like he's barking out orders. And you can hear about 2 or 3 other voices just mumbling and, yeah, sorry, yeah. We did. Yeah. You're supposed to feed them. They're prisoners. Well, we did feed them. Not the good food, you idiot! That's why we've got no bacon! They were hungry. That's all we had. Ran out of pork scratchings. Sounds like somebody's getting chewed out.
Okay. Well, I don't want to go up any further, just in case. Well, I don't want to draw any attention to myself or any of my friends. But I do want to keep in waiting in case they decide to come down and maybe lead us to the prisoners. So I'm going to wait and see if there's somebody that I could follow.
Okay, so you're going to conceal yourself close to the bottom of the stairs?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, while you're doing that, and while you're getting yourself a nice dark spot that you can hide in, Sam, you and Brian are still downstairs. Do you want to investigate the space downstairs, or do you want to follow up?
I want to investigate downstairs.
Okay. Sam, give me a d20 with your investigation.
Ooh, 19.
And you're +4, so that's 23.
Fantastic.
So, you quickly scan around the room. Your thief senses are like working overtime. Even Spider-Man's got nothing on you here. You can see every item of value in that room is just glistening slightly brighter than the surrounding objects.
Try not to squirrel.
Yeah, there's not much here.
One of those, and one of those.
Right.
There really isn't much here of any value. You do hear the guards snoring away in the corner. At the side of the fire breast, you can see something looks a little bit odd about this fire breast. It's quite big. The fire is maybe the whole enclosed. The whole space is maybe 2 meters across. And there's a very large fire burning away. There's an iron spit over the top that they would use for roasting meat, but there's nothing left on there at the moment. But that fire's burning away quite strongly. But the fire doesn't seem to be centered in this fire breast. It's a huge brick structure that's sticking out of the side of the wall, but only 2/3 of it is taken up by the fire.
They're eating our people. Shoot. Okay. Oh man. I mean, there's nothing too much I can do with the fire right now, but it makes it seem like they are using it to cook the prisoners and use them as food.
Or rabbits, or maybe the odd wild pig.
2 meters long?
No, the actual archway that the fire sits in is 2 meters.
Okay.
But the fire only takes up like 2/3 of it. There's a suspiciously lopsided look to this fireplace. And yeah, if you were roasting a whole sheep or a whole goat on a spit, you'd need about 2 meters of space.
That's so much. Okay, investigate the fireplace.
Okay.
The side without the fire.
Are you helping, Brian?
With the weird looking.
Yep.
Or you're just distracted by the fire. So pretty.
Oh,
okay.
Fire.
You
Check
Sam,
around the outside.
Sam, you point to the fire breast and you kind of gesture with your hands, and it's this wide, but fire's only over here. So what's in this little bit over side? You go over, and on the face of it, it just looks like solid stone. But as you look to the side, there's a very small little alcove at the back of part of this fire breast. It's almost like there's a little gap behind there, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. You squeeze behind this little gap, and there's a wooden door set. The door looks like a regular interior door. It doesn't seem to be particularly well reinforced. Do you want to investigate further?
Yeah.
Okay, give me another d20. You're still +4.
12.
12, okay. You examine the door. It has the same kind of like loop handle on the door, and you gently twist the loop, and you can feel a metal bar on the other side lifting up. Give the door a gentle push. You don't sense any traps. You don't see any wires or levers connecting to the door. And as the door swings open, you can see a steep set of stairs leading down into complete darkness.
Can I call a friend? Can someone come with me?
Right there behind you.
Okay. Let's investigate.
We're
So
splitting the party. Excellent. I love it when we split the party. Makes it easier to pick you guys off.
Does it look relatively dark?
No!
What?
Oh yeah, he said it was pitch black, right?
It's pitch black. You can't see anything down there. You can just about make out that there's stairs, and that's from the light in this room. But after about
Produce
3 or
light.
4 steps, that disappears.
I'm gonna produce a light.
Okay. How does your light
I don't have the
spell?
spells, but you do.
How does your light spell manifest?
Kind of like when I call forth the light. Like, what is it?
What does it look like? Is it a blazing ball of miniature sun, or is it just a flicker of a finger and a little candle flame pops up?
Well, it's more of like a crystal ball. So it's like a sphere of whitish yellow light.
Okay.
Skyrim style. I like it.
You reach down to your chest where your holy symbol is. You mutter a few words, hold out your left hand, and a greenish orb of light slowly starts to expand from your hand. If you look at it really carefully, it looks like green waters are swirling inside this. But it's giving out a very eerie green, sickly light as you start to make your way down the stairs.
A lovely Offler color.
You've got to give it to Offler. The dude's got style. Okay. the two of you are continuing down the stairs. The stairs seem to wind around the outside edge of the tower, just as the stairs going up did. This is a set of stairs going down. So the stairs are almost forming a helix up and down into what appears to be a basement of some sort. The walls are stone, and you can start feeling things getting colder and colder as you make your way down the stairs. When you finally touch down on the bottom level, it seems to be a corridor made of just roughly chiseled stone and just bare earth on the floor. While you guys are moving down the stair, Dustin, you can still hear the voices. Whoever's in charge there is still not very happy with his men. Do you want to stay put, or do you want to see what's keeping your colleagues?
I'm gonna stay put.
Okay. As you kind of crane your neck around to try and get the best angle to hear, you hear a stamp of a foot. What sounds like, "Don't you ever let this happen again. Now get down there and check on them." And you hear the shuffling of boots on the wooden floor directly above your head.
Alright. At this point, if I'm aware that they're going to be coming down, I want to remain hidden off to the side so that they can pass without seeing me, and I can maybe see them, whoever is going to come down, and maybe stealthily follow them from a distance to see where they go.
So you hear the shuffling of leather boots on the wooden floor above you. You're pressed up against the stairwell, and you can sense, just out the corner of your eye, you can just start seeing shadows walking down this curved set of stairs. Two more of these very ragged-looking guardsmen. These ones you're able to get a good look at. They're wearing what looks like military armor, but it's really old. It's really battered. It's not been well cared for. It's certainly not polished and shiny like an enlisted soldier would be. The armor's a little bit mismatched. Everything they're wearing is very badly worn. The clothing's got a few holes in it. The armor's got a few dents in it. The leather's scratched, and it doesn't look like it's been well treated. Both of them seem to be carrying swords on their belts, but they're kind of just bickering with each other. It's like, "Look, he said we're supposed to feed them." "Look, I know we're supposed to feed them. He didn't say what with." "Well, we can't exactly go and get the hay out the shed because that all collapsed the other day. And as far as I know, mate, prisoners don't eat hay. That's horses." "Oh, you're an idiot. You really are an idiot. You've gotten us both in trouble, and dumbass down there has probably fallen asleep on watch again. Why do we keep giving him the night watch?" "Because you won't do it." "Oh, yeah, fine. Don't get all technical." They continue down the stairs. They get to the level that you're on, and they kind of weave their way in between the beds and start heading off down the other set of stairs to the ground floor. Are you staying put?
I'm going to try and notice if anyone else is down. If not, then I want to kind of follow them without their knowledge, if I can.
You can
Stealthily.
you can sense that there's still at least one person above you, probably the captain. You can hear him breathing heavily. He's probably still in a bit of a tempo, but he doesn't appear to be moving around. Okay, so with that, you kind of stay towards the shadows, kind of flicking between hiding behind the beds and hiding behind the small tables, staying out of sight, and staying a good 10 or 15 feet away from them, moving completely silently.
Right.
You see the two figures start making their way down the stairs to the bottom level. Are you going to follow them down?
Yeah.
Okay. You ghost your way around the edge of the wall, and you can just see their heads disappearing under the cutoff of the floor. Remember, there's no handrails or banisters or anything. One of them gets down to the bottom, and he's like, I told you he's asleep again. And why is the door open? Did he go out and get the milk? It's Tuesday, isn't it? Is he supposed to get the milk? Tuesday? Yeah, we get one on Tuesday. There's a pause, and you can almost imagine that the guardsmen are looking around to see what's going on, because their colleague is fast asleep on his makeshift bed on the floor and snoring away like a loon. And the main door is unlocked and open a crack. Think fast. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna head back up out of sight, but within earshot, so that I don't lose them, so I can kind of sense where they're at. If
You
they
hear one of the
leave.
voices. Go and wake him up quickly. Something's not right about this. The door is open. Both bolts are open. The bar's been removed. You go and wake that fat oaf up. I'm going to go check outside. You hear shuffling of boots as the angrier of the two heads over to where you remember the door being. And then you hear the sound of what sounds like a piece of wood hitting a piece of meat. And you reckon that the other one's either given the sleeping guard a good kick in the ribs to wake him up. Are you still staying where you are?
Yep.
Okay. You hear the door squeak and grind on the stones as it's pulled open, and the guardsman goes outside to see what's been going on. On the other hand, you can hear the other guardsman that came down from the floor above you, a good solid kick in the ribs of the sleeping guard. So, ow! What was that for? I was having a nice sleep. You idiot! The door's wide open. You're fast asleep. What the hell's going on? Oh yeah, that milk girl was here. She dropped off a pint and said that she'd come back with some bread and some more bacon. You said you wanted extra now that the gov was here. Why is the door open, you idiot? She kind of tucked me in and I just went straight to sleep. I'm really tired. Gotta stop giving me these late shifts, you know. You hear a hiss of a voice from quite a little bit further away, and you believe it's the other guardsman that's outside. Yeah, something's definitely wrong. The milk bottle's still here, and this is bloody pamphlet. Have we had them knocking on the door again? It's like, who the hell's Offler? You hear the door slam shut, you hear both bolts shoot across, and a thunk as a wooden bar is dropped in to secure the bolt. Quick, get the captain. Something's definitely up down here. Oh, for God. Oh, God. Just leave him. Go and get the boss. The governor's got to sort this out, because it's not going to be my neck if something's gone wrong here. You hear a shuffling, and the other guard starts making his way up the stairs. Meanwhile, down in the basement, Sam and Brian, you are at the bottom of the stairs. Brian, your greenish globe of light is illuminating maybe about 10 or 15 feet in front of you, but you can't really see much clearer than that. You can see, however, that there are some wall sconces with torches, but they're not lit at the moment, and that's about as much as you can make out from where you're standing.
Is there any noises from the darkness at all?
You can sense that there's something there. The smell tells you more than your hearing does. You can smell stale, sweaty bodies. You can smell human feces and urine. It smells pretty horrible down there. You know what cowshed smells like, and this is worse. What's more is you can smell something that you don't like. you can smell there's fear down there. There's sheer terror down there. And then you hear the scraping sound of what sounds like leather on stone coming from maybe 20 or 30 feet in front of you.
Okay, I'm gonna step closer. So like
What?
move about 10 feet closer.
The light.
Okay, you move forward into on the bare earth floor, and obviously the light's traveling with you. After about 5 or 10 feet, the rough stone walls suddenly end, and they're replaced by what looks like iron railings. You look to your left, and you see that the green light is casting that eerie, sickly glow across what looks like a prison cell. And inside that cell are 6 or 7, mainly men, and kind of slightly older boys, just huddled up on the cold stone floor. There's hay scattered around them. Their clothes are in rags, and they're shielding their eyes from the green glow of your sphere. Are you following him, Sam?
Yes.
Okay. You kind of quietly make your way up behind the cleric, and you see that on the other side are more of these cells. Between you, you count 4 cells and upwards of 20 people locked in these. In squalid would be a generous way to describe these conditions.
I want to find what looks like the most capable person and talk to them and see what's going on, like what they're using them for, what they're prisoners for.
Okay. You approach the bars and you kind of beckon to one of the prisoners to come over. Most of them are just kind of shying away in the corner. They're just terrified of anybody coming up against the bars in case they get beat. But one of them, slightly older man, is a little heavier set. Looks like there was some serious muscle underneath there at some point. Maybe he was some kind of a heavy laborer or a smith of some type. His wrists are bandaged with leather. And he's got big, thick, fat, meaty hands about him. So he's definitely somebody who's worked hard for most of his life. He can see straight away that you're not one of the other people that have been keeping him there. And he kind of creakily and achily gets to his feet and comes over. You're not one of them, are you? What are you doing down here?
We knew that there were prisoners in here. We needed to come and get you out. Where were we again? What was the town called?
Come from the town.
Ramtop Mountain. We've come from Ramtop Mountain.
You've come from the town of Lanka, which is in
the village. Yeah.
Oh, did they finally send somebody to look for us? Down here for months.
Well, Jimmy made it out.
Say again, Brad? Say again, Brian, you cut out.
Jimmy made it out. He's the one that kind of led us towards this area.
The man kind of closes his eyes and sighs. Yeah, he made a run for it a couple of days ago. At least I think it was a couple of days. It's hard to tell time in this place. But he made it, did he? He's the one that sent you to get us out.
Yeah, he made it.
Brought a key.
He wasn't in the greatest
Where did he
condition.
From across one of the other cells, you hear a keep it down. We're trying to sleep. Don't mind him. He's always grumpy. Look, the cells are locked. We can't get out. I've tried forcing these things open, and I can't do it. You're gonna need the key. They've had us working down here for months now. But look, if you can find the key, get us out. We'll all be very grateful. But we just need to get out of here. And with that, he kind of shuffles over to the back wall, and sits down, physically putting himself between the bars and the other prisoners behind him.
Try the key and see if it works in the lock.
Who's holding the key? Let's hope
That's
it's
what
not
I was
a
trying to
ranger.
remember before.
Sam, you picked it up originally, so let's assume you've got it still.
Yeah.
You try the key. It's the right size and shape, but it's not unlocking any of the cells. It definitely belongs to this place, but it's not the key for these cells.
Possibly the key for the shackle.
Well, while she's doing that, Brian, you're kind of wandering around. You've laid your glowing orb. You've just kind of left it floating next to Sam while you've gone looking around. You can see that the other three cells have the same iron bar layout. They've got the same big, heavy iron lock. The sides of the walls are still very rough, chiseled stone. And you can't see any other way in or out of this space. There are torches on the wall. Again, these aren't lit at the moment, and you can see a small stool in the very, very far corner of the room, where iron rings are set in the stonework, and chains are hanging down from them. So these look like prisoners may have been manacled there and punished at some point.
Look at the floor, like all around the edge of the wall.
Okay, you start investigating the floors. Can I get a D20 investigation, please?
Oh, we got a 10, so
And
proficiency is +2,
plus
right?
2 for intelligence, yeah. So 12. Okay, you have a route around. You're kind of feeling around on the floor. The floor is wet and kind of gooey in places, but you can't find anything that might resemble a key or anything other than the stool and the chains. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Dustin, you are secreted in the shadows again. You can hear one of the guards, his boots scuffing on the stone stairs as he starts climbing back up the stairs towards you.
All right. Well, I need to remain hidden. I'm gonna let him go past. It seems like he's gonna go back up to where he came from, upstairs. Since I'm laying flat listening, near the stairs, I want to kind of move maybe behind one of the beds to where he won't see me as he runs past.
Okay. So as soon as you start hearing his feet on the stairs, you slide around the wall, duck down behind one of the beds, and you're kind of flat prone against the floor, completely hidden in the shadows. This guard is moving a little bit faster than he was earlier and with considerably more urgency. As he's moving, he's not really checking where he's going. He's not sprinting, but he's hurrying up those stairs. Crosses the room, goes up the stairs. Captain, something's wrong downstairs. Look, I'm really sorry, but I mean, he's fallen asleep again. We've got to stop giving him these night shifts. But the door was open. He said something about this milk girl coming in, and the door was wide open. Billy's outside, just giving the place a quick once over, just to see if anybody's still outside. What do we do? There's a pause, and the captain hisses back, "Get downstairs and search the place. Has anyone checked on the prisoners? Got to do everything myself around here." You hear angry stomping of harder soled boots on the wooden floor above you, followed by the sound, now familiar sound, of the previous guard's footsteps quickly behind him. And a slightly shinier set of armor appears in the gap between the stairs and the ceiling. And you can see coming down the stairs somebody who takes a lot more pride in his appearance. His armor is still mismatched, but it is in much better quality. The leather is oiled. The brass sheath of his sword is maybe not polished, but at least clean, free from dents. And you can see he's trailing a dark, looks like a dark green or a dark brown cloak behind him as he's stamping down the stairs.
I'm gonna remain hidden and hope that they continue to pass going further downstairs.
Okay. They pass straight by you. They don't even look in your direction. They make a beeline for the stairs on the other side of the room, and he continues stamping down the stairs. As he's doing that, you hear the voice of the original guard, the one that was having a bit of a nap. Oh, Gov. Hey, really sorry, Gov, but the door is open. I don't know. Maybe it was the milk girl. She said she was going to look for the empties. You hear the sound of basically a leather glove slapping a piece of meat, and a thump as presumably our sleepy guard is knocked unconscious and hits the floor. And then the sound of tables being shoved out of the way, stools being kicked over, as sounds like the captain with his slightly better quality boots makes his way over to where the fireplace was.
I am going to go upstairs to where the captain came from. Okay.
You ghost your way upstairs in the shadows, checking very carefully before you kind of peek over the edge of the floor. There's nobody else up there, but you're seeing a much more plush room. This is the captain's quarters. The bed looks softer, the blankets are cleaner and a little bit fluffier. The mattress looks much better padded. There's a small wash basin and a jug of water on the side. You can see that the back wall, there's another set of stairs leading up, presumably up to a hatch on the roof. But scattered around the room, there's a trunk, there's evidence of some riding equipment, a crop, some saddlebags draped over the foot of the bed.
Yeah, I'd like to investigate. You said there's writing utensils. See if there's anything that's been written, like any letters.
Okay. Get an investigation check from you.
Sure. Let's see, that's a 9 plus 3, so 12.
Okay. You creep across, because you're still conscious that you're walking on wooden floorboards. and you never know when a squeak might come. So you're gently putting your weight down with each foot, testing for squeaks. After a few seconds, you make it across the room. You can see what looks like a pair of very good quality riding boots have been left up on the leaned up against the side. They look like they've been recently oiled, so perhaps he was riding in the rain, taking his boots off to let them dry. Next to that is the saddlebags, the leather saddlebags. You can have a look inside.
Yeah, I'll take a peek.
Okay, you flip open the saddlebags. You see a couple of pieces of folded paper. You can see what looks like some kind of old rations. It looks like some bread and some cheese and maybe some smoked meat wrapped up in waxed paper. In the other saddlebag, you find a small dagger, and you can see there's a small, what looks like a small coin purse.
I'll take the coin purse.
Okay.
Who's the rogue in this party?
I know.
Add 19 silver pieces to your inventory.
19 silver. All right.
Yep. Okay, meanwhile, down in the basement, Brian, you've done a quick scout of the floor, and you can't see any other doorways or openings. You can't find anything of interest other than that little stool. You kind of plunk yourself down on the stool for a moment just to kind of take a bit of a breath, because the smell is so cloying and thick and heavy in the room that it's kind of taking the wind out of you just being down there. As your eyes get more accustomed to the darkness, you see that the wall next to you isn't completely solid. It looks like it's been chiseled away at with picks or hand tools. And there's what looks like a little alcove. You're just starting to notice this when you hear footsteps on the floor above you, and some hissed but very angry voices, along with what sounds like a large piece of meat hitting the floor. Sam, you're still standing by the cells, and you've got the stairs to the back of you. You've also got the glowing green ball of light just hovering in the air next to you. But you're closest to the stairs. You can hear footsteps on the stone. The kind of scrape as somebody's kind of squeezed in behind the fireplace, and then footsteps as they start coming down the stone stairs.
Can I want to try to pick the lock. I want to try to quickly pick the lock and act like a prisoner.
Okay. You've got lockpicking tools.
I'm scared. I don't want him to see me.
You've got lockpicking tools as standard. Do you think you're going to have enough time?
Fuck no.
It was about, from your rough recollection, it was about 20 steps and another 20 feet.
Oh.
You estimate you've got about 10
Brian
seconds.
Has the crowbar.
You're not unarmed.
I don't know where to...
From the top of the stairs, you can hear a new voice to you. Right, okay, check down there. Tell me what's going on. This idiot down here is going to be sleeping it off for the rest of the week. We might chain him up down there with the rest of the candidates. What's going on down there? Yes, yeah, boss, honest, just please, calm. I'm going. And you hear the shuffling of boots.
So we can hear the noise like part of that conversation.
You can hear that something's going on. You can't hear what's being said, but there are voices coming. You slowly rise to your feet, Brian, knowing that your chainmail will jingle if you get up too quickly.
I'm going to dismiss the light.
Okay, light goes out and the room's completely dark again. Sam, you are now in your element.
I was just gonna say that.
I am in my element.
Now, Sam,
I want to.
Okay, before you tell me what you're doing, remember you're an elf. You've got dark vision, so you can see in absolute pitch darkness. It's one of your racial traits. You're also an assassin. You're sneaky.
I'm a sneaky assassin.
So
okay.
I would suggest using the darkness to your advantage.
I want to. Can I go to the stairs? Go to the bottom of the stairs, and I want to set a trap.
Okay. Are you stealthing?
I mean, once they see the trap, it's not going to be so stealth.
Well, you can't see any light coming down the stairs yet, other than the small amount of light that's creeping through from the doorway.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna sneak and go against the stairs.
Okay, give me a d20
so
plus.
They cannot see me.
D20 plus 5.
10 altogether.
Okay, altogether.
Yeah, altogether. I rolled a 5.
You squash yourself back against the cell bars and slide very quietly around the edge of the wall, the outside edge of the wall. As you do so, the clothing that you wear has been chosen specifically for this purpose, to blend into the darkness. Black, you would stand out, because nothing is ever truly black. But you don't wear black. You wear burgundy and inky, almost black green color. And the earth floor and the kind of lichen stained walls, you just blend right into that. Plus, the guy's not holding a torch. So you can see
Sam say, "I'm the darkness."
Maybe if she'd rolled a 20. You see a shadow coming down the stairs, and he's almost he stops at the bottom of the stairs, and it sounds like he's fiddling with something on his belt or in his pockets.
I can see where the keys are. I want to take the keys from him before he can find them.
It's not the jangle of keys that you're hearing.
Oh. Dun dun dun.
So it sounds like he's pulled something out of his pocket, and just in your dark vision, you can see him reaching up towards one of the torches and striking a fire steel to try and ignite one of the torches. You're going to attack. Now's the time to do it.
Right? Yeah. I mean, is this the sleepy one? This is the sleepy one?
No, this is the one that's come from this is the one that one of the two that were getting chewed out by the captain.
Okay.
But you don't know that.
It's not somebody you recognize. That's all you know.
He's a
Jerry,
new
is
smell.
it?
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna attack them before he can turn the light on.
Okay.
Yeah, turn the
Roll
light on.
for initiative, please. You as well, Brian, because you're going to be featured in this one. Dustin, if you decide to come down, then I'll add you to the initiative order.
Okay.
So I got a 4.
Okay, 4 plus. So you're going on 9. Brian?
I got a 15, so that is 17.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay, Sam, because he hasn't detected you, you get a sneak. You get an attack first before we formally enter combat. Because you're attacking from the darkness and he doesn't know you're there, you also get to use your sneak attack. So whatever damage you do, you can roll an extra d6 worth of damage. So dagger straight to the neck.
Sounds pleasant.
Send him down gurgling. Okay. Give me d20 to attack.
This is why Rogue is my favorite. 1.
Okay.
A whole 1.
So this is why you get real dice?
Before we go any further, can you go on the App Store and give that a 1 out of 5 star rating, please?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm so curious.
You.
Oh yeah, 8. Oh, that was an 18, 14, 8, 2. Yeah.
Okay. You take a step forward and you kind of lose your footing a little on the uneven soil, and one of your feet scrapes in the dirt at the same time as you're drawing your dagger, catching you slightly off balance, and the metal scrapes on the scabbard as you pull it free. The guard turns around because he's heard something, but he hasn't yet lit the torch, so he can't see what's going on. Brian, it's your turn.
I'm kind of torn because the alcove's right there, but she's been found out.
So you're pretty much exactly opposite the bottom of the stairs. So if you imagine that you've got a long corridor with cells either side, Sam's standing there at the bottom of the stairs now, but all you saw was the light go out. You've got no idea what's happening. You can see the stairs at the other end with a little bit of light creeping down, but you don't have dark vision.
His instinct would be to charge forward to catch him off guard.
Okay. You definitely
But
heard
that's
someone
kind of
come
like-
down the stairs, and you saw a little few sparks as he was striking his fire steel to try and light the torch. So you know there's somebody there trying to light a torch. You can pretty much fix that spot in your memory if you want to charge in and attack.
Yeah, I am gonna charge and attack.
Okay. You cover the distance. There's the jangling of your metal skirts. Can I get roll to attack, please?
Oh. Okay, so I add my proficiency bonus, right?
Yep.
So 19.
So what are you attacking with? Your hammer.
My hammer, yes.
Yeah. So it's so your whatever your dice roll is +4. Okay. You've pretty much caught him off guard because he heard the little scrape of the rogue's knife, and looked somewhat in that direction. But even just by the little sparks of his fire steel, he's able to see you, but too late. And you come rushing towards him. As you're rushing, you've got your shield out in front of you, and you're bringing your hammer in a wide uppercut towards the guard, aiming for just that bit under the chin. You make a good, solid hit. Roll for damage.
Okay, so I got a 4 on the dice,
Okay.
and then it's just another 2.
You don't add it. You don't add your proficiency to damage, only to the actual roll. Damage modifiers. It would be if you've got a magical weapon, for example.
Okay.
So if it was a masterwork weapon, you might add +1 to your damage, or if it's a magical weapon, you might add +2. We may come to that later. Okay, you hear a massive crunch as your hammer connects with the very tip of his jaw, and you guess you've rearranged most of his teeth at that point. You can't see it, but you can just sense from the sounds that he's almost taken off his feet and just flies backwards and lands in the dirt with a thud. There's no other sound from him.
So he may have a glass jaw.
Definitely shattered something, that's for sure. The sound of you charging across the room, however, that kind of sleigh bell jangling sound of your chainmail, albeit kind of muffled by a gambeson, and then the scrubbling of feet and a thump, kind of a thump on the dull earth. You hear another voice coming from the top of the stairs. What was that? I said check the damn prisoners! You've not even got to do everything myself! And another set of boots comes clumping down the stairs.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of move off to the side so I'm not like right in front of the stairs.
Not a huge amount of room. You can press yourself against the wall.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. You hear a squeak from the rogue. You've just kind of squished her against the wall. You didn't realize she was there. Is that a dagger in your belt, or are you just happy to see him?
Yeah.
A large, quite imposing-looking shadow, dressed in what looks like half-plate armor, comes stamping down the stairs. He's carrying what looks like a torch, and at the same time, carrying it tucked under his arm, and he's trying to strike his steel on the torch at the same time. Okay, that's your go over. Bands. So, as he's moving down the stairs, trying to get his torch lit, you can make out that there's another person moving around above you. They seem to be coming closer to that stairwell. Dustin, you're upstairs on the second floor, rifling through the captain's possessions.
Oh, we die.
I don't know that.
You can tell that Dustin's used to playing rogues and not another class of character.
No. Let's see. I'm just trying to search his quarters. So he has a chest. I want to see if I can get into that. Find out more about him.
You kind of bend down the chest. You can see there's a big lock on the chest, and it's shut completely.
It's shut completely. I have no way of opening this. So, looking around, I've probably got all that I can, but I can see that this person is definitely better off than these other people, these other guards.
He's definitely the one that was in charge. That's for sure.
So I'm gonna head back down to the floor below, and then kind of, stealth my way back down to make sure I don't make any more noise and
okay.
get to that.
You head back down through the first floor, which was the sleeping area, still pressed against the wall. As you break the edge of the floor, you can see there's the original guard, the slightly sleepy one, is kind of sprawled on the floor. He's out cold completely. There's another guard standing by the doorway. Standing by the fireplace. And he's looking around the edge of the wall, almost as if he's trying to look behind the fireplace. If you were to attack, Because you're attacking from stealth and he doesn't know you're there, I'll give you advantage on your attack roll.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to attack because I don't see my friends and they could be in danger.
Well, you
or
did
not,
leave them
but-
behind, didn't you?
Yeah,
Mister,
I did.
I'm really a ranger. Honest, yeah, Gov.
What? Rangers gotta come in and save the day, right? I mean,
Rangers lead the way.
so I'm
All the
gonna
way.
pull out my bow and.
Okay, give me a d20 for
Attack.
initiative just so I can see where you are in the combat order.
Okay. Let's see, that's a 2. Plus I think 3, so that's 5.
Okay.
As good as Sam.
Now, Sam rolled a 5.
Oh, yeah. No, I rolled much worse.
Okay. I'll give you your attack now, so you can take
Okay.
your first attack.
All right.
So d20 and roll 2 d20s and give me the higher number.
Okay. Let's see, 11 versus 3, so 11 plus 5, so 16.
16 will be a hit.
Okay. That's 6 plus 3, or d6 plus 3, I believe. So that's 3, so 6 total damage.
6 damage. Okay. Okay, so you're still squatting down on the stairs in the darkness. You cant your bow sideways so it can clear just the very edge of the ceiling and just let loose with one arrow. There's a sound as it crosses the room in a fraction of a second, catching the bandit not quite in the head where you're aiming, but you've caught him in the left shoulder, and you can see that spun him around flat against the wall. Okay, that bandit's been wounded. He looks around and sees nothing. He can't tell where the arrows come from, but there's definitely been an arrow. Ow! He shouts. From below, the captain who's currently walking down the stairs freezes at the sound of his subordinate shouting in pain. He pauses on maybe 2 or 3 steps from the bottom and finally manages to strike the torch lit. Brian.
Okay, so it's just starting to light up, right?
He's just managed to catch, so there's a tiny little flicker of a flame. No more than a candlelight at this stage.
So I'm just going to do like a wide swing towards the center of the stairs with the hammer.
Okay. Okay, give me... I'll give you advantage because you're still in darkness. So d20 twice and give me the higher of the 2.
With my yellow ones this time.
We've lost Sam.
I am changing into comfy pants, and I don't want to leave the story, and I don't want you guys to see my buttocks, so I'm turning it off for a sec.
So I rolled a 12 and a 17. So 17 plus 4, you said?
Plus 4, yep.
Right.
That's a hell of a
that's
hit.
21.
Just as the captain starts to look up, he sees basically a small square piece of metal come steaming around right at his cheekbone, and you connect hard. Okay, roll for damage.
Ooh, nice. I maxed damage.
So that's 4 damage.
4.
Yep, 4.
He takes the blow across the side of his face. That spins him around, and he basically like face plants against the wall. You hear the clatter of the armor as he does so. Sam, he's been hit by your colleague's hammer. It's spun him around, almost facing you, and he's basically flat against the wall, right next to you. Nobody knows you're there. Though.
Oh, nobody knows him.
Oh,
well,
and in the meantime, he drops the torch. So the torch is on the ground. It's starting to. It's still lit. It's starting to take, but it's on the ground.
I want to put the fire out.
Okay, that would be your action though. If you put the fire out, that's your action. You won't be able to attack.
Okay, no, I want to attack him because he's already.
Okay, so one of the cool things about Rogue is their sneak attack ability. If another one of your party is within melee range, within 10 feet of an enemy, you get to sneak up on them because they're distracted by your colleague, and you get to do extra damage for that.
I wanted to take his sword. I wanted to take his sword out of his little sheath thing.
You probably could, but that's going to be a dex check. You've got your dagger in your hand. If you want to switch weapon to draw your sword or to draw his sword, that's going to be your action taken. And then you won't be able to attack with it. So if you go in with the dagger now...
I could just use what I have.
Okay.
I could go with the dagger now.
Okay, give me a d20, 2 d20s, and give me the higher of the two scores.
I got a 6 and I got a 9. So a 9.
Okay. So 9 plus your dagger, which is plus 5. That's a 14 to hit.
Plus 2.
Plus your dex plus 2. Yeah, you're plus 7 to attack. God, I forgot how good rogues can be. Wow.
Yeah. My level 3 rogue is like a plus 10 to hit. He has a plus 9 initiative too.
Okay. Your dagger connects. Because he's face planted against the wall next to you, the best you can do is to do a reverse stab. You aim for the gap between the bottom of his breastplate, and the dagger finds its way. Roll for damage. 1d4.
1.
Okay, and roll another d6 for your sneak attack.
3.
So that's 4 damage. Okay. Dustin, you're crouched on the stairs. You heard a massive thunk, which sounded like metal hitting stone. The bandit that you took a shot at is still standing, but he's got an arrow sticking out of his shoulder. Doesn't look too pleased about it either.
Well, he can take another arrow maybe, if I can hit him.
Arrow to the knee?
Yeah, arrow to something.
Yeah. Okay, just a regular d20 attack. You're not super sneaky at the moment. He knows you're there somewhere.
All right, that would be a 13.
That's
total.
a hit.
All right.
Roll for damage.
Ooh, a 6 plus 3, so 9.
Okay, how do you want to do that one?
Well, I like the arrow, taking an arrow to the knee, but man, it's just too bad that he bonked his head on his way down and
Okay.
hit it pretty hard.
You knock an arrow to the bowstring as fast as you've been trained to, and let loose almost instinctively. You don't need to aim at this distance. You know where that arrow's going to lie. It drops a little short because you're firing from an elevated position. You maybe didn't take that quite into account. And, wind currents and curvature of the earth and all that kind of thing comes into play. Coriolis effect is a real bitch. Tell me about it. The arrow drops a little bit short. Maybe the flights were a little damaged. Maybe the head on this particular arrow was a little heavier than usual. And it strikes the guy right in the kneecap. He screams... kind of jumps forward off the wall and catches his head on the edge of the fireplace. You hear a wet crack sound. It's kind of the sound that you remember from your childhood when your mum would smack you on the back of the rump with a wooden spoon for misbehaving. Only this was a little wetter and sounded a little bit more brittle. The guy goes down in a heap, and there's no movement whatsoever. So he's out. You've still got your movement if you want to move down.
Yes, I'd like to move as close to the that fireplace as I can.
Okay. You kind of you move. Are you breaking stealth?
Yeah, I'm gonna break stealth at this point.
You move down the stairs, cross the ground floor, and you can see that what appeared to be just the straight chimney breast has a bit of an alcove behind it, just wide enough for a man to squeeze without having to turn sideways to get down. There's a door open. You can see the faint flickerings of some flame, almost like candlelight, just making its way back up the stairs towards you. And that's the end of your turn. Bandits go. Well, it's just the captain left at the moment. And he's got a bit of a stabby stab in one rib. And it's like, ooh.
And a little less teeth than last time he came over down there.
He steps back away from the wall. Just kind of... looks towards Brian. That was a good hit. And draws his sword.
Uh-oh.
Before the sword is even clear of his belt, you see a blur of motion. And his left arm snakes in towards you with... looks like a dagger, but it's just the blade is just too narrow and too fine. It's almost like a pencil, but made out of metal. You see that snake out from his left side under his cloak, and with a 15 to hit, sorry, a 16 to hit.
Oh, I got 18 AC.
Oh. Lucky. He's almost there with the point of this dagger, and it's almost like it got tangled in the chains of the chainmail and kind of veers off to one side, taking him slightly off balance, and he's quite surprised by this. Does a quick sidestep, and he's now standing with his back to the stairs, but he's square on with the two of you in front of him. Brian, you'll go.
Okay. Do another swing with the hammer. Oh, that's not good. I got a 7 total.
Plus...
Well,
7
I rolled
total.
A 5 plus 2.
Okay.
7.
You take you kind of step forward and bring your hammer into another uppercut swing, but he manages just to pull back from the motion. You've caught him round the chops with this once already. He's not going to let that happen again. The swing follows through, and you start wheeling back, preparing for the next swing. Sam. He knows you're there because you caught him in the ribs, and the torch is still on the floor, so that's given a tiny amount of illumination. You've still got dark vision. You can see everything that's going on.
Okay, I do want to get rid of the flame.
Okay. That's going to be your action, though, and if you do, Brian can't see.
But neither can he. But I can.
Yeah. Now, remember, Brian's in combat with the captain, which means you still get your sneak bonus.
I guess he's in the middle of it right now. Okay.
So if you attack, you do damage, you get to do your extra d6. Or
I honestly just, picture myself as that little crazy rogue that wants to jump on this guy's back and try to choke him out.
we can do that if you want to try.
Let's put this fucker to sleep.
Okay, give me a d20.
Okie dokie. 12.
12 total.
No. I
5
rolled
on
a
that,
12.
right?
So 12
5.
plus your attack, that's plus 7. That's 19 to hit. You sounded so disappointed about 12 a second ago.
Wait,
No, it's
what kind
better
of attack
than
is this?
I've been rolling.
Okay, 19's a hit. So we need a d4 and a d6 for damage.
D4 is 2. D6 is 5.
Okay.
Did I do good?
Good, 2 good strikes. Are you actually while he's engaged with the cleric, you sidestep, jump onto his back, drive one dagger down into his neck. He kind of catches it on the shoulder blade. You don't quite get into the soft part of his neck, and it skates. You can feel it's hitting the bone and skating down the back of his shoulder blade. But you've got in underneath the armor. Right, Dustin, your turn.
All right. Well, I'm gonna keep making my way down because I don't think I can see what's going on just yet.
Okay, you kind of stick your head through the dark doorway, and you can just about make out in the kind of flickering, almost dying torchlight, what's happening at the bottom of the stairs. You can see the torch laying on the floor. You see the guard captain, and you can see what looks like the milk girl straddled on his back, hanging on for dear life.
Thanks for showing up, bud. We got it.
Meanwhile, in front of him, you can just see the cleric, and his armor glinting in what little light is available. He's taken a swing, and he's winding up for another one.
If I were to try and shoot an arrow at this guy, it might be a little difficult with someone on his back.
Sam's on his back, so I'm going to say that's going to be 3/4 cover, which means you'll be at disadvantage, and I'm going to add 2 points to his AC.
Let's see. Yeah, which is going to be very difficult. Can I... I am going to hold my action as far as... What I'm going to do is I'm going to ready... I take that back. I'm going to ready my bow.
Yep.
In case a shot becomes available towards this guy. But I don't want to risk injuring one of my friends.
Okay, so you're going to hold your action. As soon as there's an opening, you're going to take a shot.
Yeah.
Okay. You're shooting into the light, so you're not going to be at disadvantage as long as you've got a clear shot to do so.
Okay.
Okay. That's the end of your go then. The bandit captain is not particularly pleased. He's got a monkey on his back, and there's a very quite sparkly cleric in front of him. He's going to go for the guy in front of him because that's the one doing the damage until he feels a dagger go in through the side of his neck and down back on the inside of his armor. So, Brian, he's going to take a swipe at you with his scimitar. With a 19.
Okay, yeah, that hit.
And... Oh, sorry, no, not a 19. That's a 21 to hit.
Oh, that's a miss now.
Which does 4 damage. He takes another attack with the scimitar, which is a 15 to hit.
Well, that's a miss.
That's a miss, okay. And with his dagger, he's going to reach around behind him and kind of poke around and see if he can get the rogue off his back. With a 24 to hit.
Oh.
And does 7 damage.
Ouch.
Sam just took 7 damage.
Does that knock you down to 0, Sam?
No.
I think she's got about 2 left.
I have 2 left.
That's lucky, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it's because I was
Healed thanks to my friends.
And you
I'm
tried
gonna
to
use my second one to heal you too.
you tried to pet the
Right.
little wolfie and he wasn't having it. He was such a good boy,
I
wasn't
try to be so nice,
Was
and
such a good boy.
everybody's so mean.
he? Okay, Brian, it's back to you.
Okay. Let's see if we can take this guy down.
Blood has been spilled. He is no friend of Offla. Smite the heathen.
Birthday blood. You got this.
Broccoli. So I got 13, 15.
15 to hit.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a hit.
Okay. So let down. I only did 2 this time.
2 plus your basics.
It would be 2 plus 2 then. 4.
No, your dice roll. What was your original dice roll?
My dice roll was 2.
No, for the attack.
Oh, for the attack,
Yeah.
it was 13 plus my bonuses, which is 15.
You're plus
Just
4, so
what?
it's 17.
Oh, plus 4?
Um,
Okay, 7.
It's definitely a hit still. And you did 2 damage, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else you want to do? Step back out of range, maybe? Now, actually, this is probably something I should mention. I'm not going to utilize this now, but when you're in combat, if you are stepping away from an enemy that you're fighting, you have the option of doing either a step, which you're just moving out of their range of attack, which would give them an automatic opportunity attack, or you can specifically state that you're going to disengage from combat. And that means you cautiously move out rather than just turning your back and walking away. I'm not going to worry about that just yet, but that's something that we're going to get a bit more strict on if we continue playing this game going forward. So if you want to step out of range, you can, or you can stay within range, and that means that the rogue would get her extra attack bonuses. But of course,
Yeah,
the cleric
I'm
doesn't know that.
I'm staying in range. Like,
Okay, so you've done your hit, and you're going to bring your shield back up to protect you, just in case he takes another strike at you. Okay, Sam, your go. You're hanging on this guy's back like a really ugly backpack.
It's the most beautiful backpack he ever did see.
I don't think he sees the backpack.
No, I think he feels something though.
Time-wise, guys, just because I know it's getting towards midnight. Well, it's getting towards 4 a.m. for me. We're going to run out the end of this combat, and there's a little bit of storytelling, and then we're going to call it a night. So maybe another 15-20 minutes, depending how long this combat takes.
I may need a break.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's get this fight over and done with, and then we can wrap up with the story after a break.
Well, that's perfect. Well, I'm on his back. I just wanted to just knock him out. I wanted to put him in the sleeper.
That would be a strength attack. You're gonna have to use your raw strength to do that. Not something that you're particularly gifted in.
No, it literally took away my strength. That's a negative.
Yeah. You're a stealthy, sneaky
man.
type. You're not like a big hulking.
Okay, then I will help Brian. I'll cover his eyes.
Okay.
Full blonde, just poke at his eyes.
Do you want to keep stabbing at the same time?
Stabby his eyes. Why not
Okay. Give me D20 to attack then.
It has fallen over and cannot get up. A what? A D, pardon?
D20 for your attack. And
7.
And you're +7, so that's a 14, which is a miss.
Just like right on his back, just be like, oh, sorry, I meant this way.
You're aiming for his eyes and you manage to stick it up his nose.
I'm sure that would feel pleasant.
Are you going to stay on his back?
Yeah.
Are you staying on his back?
No.
Okay.
I'm just going to get off of his back.
Slide off and press yourself against the wall?
Yeah.
Okay. As you
Behind
do
him,
that, so
I want to stay behind him.
You kind of push yourself off his back and flatten yourself against the wall. And as you do that, you glance up the stairs and you can see the ranger standing at the top of the stairs. Finally.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Dustin, you have an opening, so your held attack can now come into play. Can I get a D20 from you?
Yes. Is it? Oh, well, that's going to be a miss.
What did you get?
I rolled a 3.
Okay, that is indeed a miss. Fortunately, it is your go now.
Oh, look at that.
So, because that was your held attack from the previous round. Right. So it's now your go proper. So I'm going to allow you to use your bonus action to draw another arrow and notch, and I'll give you your current attack right now. So another D20.
Okay. Yes. That would be a 13?
13 total.
Yes.
Okay, that is a miss as well.
Oh, man. I still have movement.
I mean, you've also got a dagger in your belt.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm going to move closer and switch to my pull out my dagger.
Okay, if you want to swap weapons, that'll take a full action. If you just keep your bow in your left hand and draw your dagger with your right, both hands will be occupied, but you won't be able to shoot like that.
Right.
So you can draw your dagger, and I'll let you do that as your bonus, but you're still going to have your bow in your left hand.
Okay.
So unless it's a really long dagger and you plan to notch it to your bowstring, you're going to be limited to just your dagger, unless you drop your dagger and draw another arrow on the next round. So I'll let you draw your dagger, and that'll be the end. You're going to move down the stairs towards the bandit.
Yeah, I'm going to go closer, but not maybe 10 feet.
Okay. Okay, that's the end of your turn.
Okay.
Bandit kind of screeches and hisses as Sam sticks her dagger into his nose. It's like when you tug on a nose hair and he's like, oh, I'm awake now. I'm awake. Unfortunately, it seems to kind of reinvigorate him a little, and he takes another swing at Brian.
Don't want him swinging at you.
That's a 17 to hit.
Just blocked it away with the shield.
And the second attack is only a 7 to hit. So he misses with both of those attacks. The dagger in his offhand, he's swiping around blindly for Sam for a 16 to hit.
Oh.
Yes.
Which does 6 points of damage.
Fuck me. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go hang out with the fishes, guys.
You're not dead yet. Not yet.
Not dead yet.
Death
Just a flesh
mechanics.
wound.
It's actually a good thing that we're covering this, actually. Death mechanics. Once you drop down to 0, you're unconscious. If you are dealt double your life points in damage, so say your maximum HP was 12 and somebody did 24 damage to you, that's an insta-kill. But because you've dropped down to 0, you're just now rendered unconscious. You will have to make 3 death saving throws on your next 3 goes to see if you wake up in time to stop bleeding out. Or one of your party can come down and stabilize you, or apply a healing spell, which will instantly snap you out of your on the verge of death moment. Okay, so that'll be on your next go, which is now. So,
Okay.
can I get a D20? So underneath where you have your hit points, if you look down towards the middle of the sheet, you see you've got death saves.
Yes.
With 3 boxes, either 3 successes or 3 failures. So I need a D20. 10 or less is a fail. 11 or higher is a success.
Okay. It was a 1.
Oh no!
Okay.
That's a double fail.
Normally when you roll a 1 on a death save, that counts as double. So mark down 2 failures.
Motherfucker.
If you'd rolled a 20 and got a crit, you'd have woken up straight away. So
I'm sad.
You wake up to 1 HP, right?
You wake up on 1 HP, yes. Okay, Dustin, your turn.
I've got my dagger out. At this point, I'm just going to use that and move to attack this man in front of me.
Okay. Roll to
Well,
attack.
he's got his back to me.
You're
Hopefully
going,
this goes
okay,
better.
he's got his back to you, and he's kind of occupied with Brian, so I'll give you advantage on this one.
Okay.
Because you haven't actually hit him yet. Just
Okay.
kind of rubbing that one in.
Yeah, it's alright. I killed all his...
Since you've been doing all the killing up to now.
See, that's a 9 plus 5.
14's
so
a miss.
14. Yeah. That was with advantage. This is
That was with
terrible.
advantage.
Yeah.
Okay, 14's a miss. Okay, Bandit's turn. He's heard the slump of a very small body sliding down the wall and into the dirt, so he's got a good idea that he's taking care of whatever was behind him. He's noticed an arrow ping off the side of the rough stone walls, but right now he's occupied with what's in front of him, which is Brian. So, take a slash with the scimitar for a 21 to hit.
Okay, yeah, that's a hit.
8 points of damage.
Woo.
Are you still standing?
I'm still standing.
He's going to take another swing with the scimitar for a 16 to hit. So that's a miss.
Yeah, it's a mess.
He's not going to be able to pull his dagger around in time because that's already kind of behind his back. So he's not going to go at you with the dagger just yet. Brian, your turn. He's looking a bit battered. He's bleeding from a couple of good pokey stabs, but he's still standing.
Well, that's not so good. I got 7 plus 4 is 11. I missed
That's
that
a miss. Sam,
What did I do?
we need a d20
You
from
gotta-
you to see if you live.
Or not.
Nope.
What did you
I didn't
get?
live. I got a 4.
Okay, I don't want to kill you. So, Brian, I'm
don't
gonna
mind that
I'm gonna
either.
use your inspiration point for you. And because you know that your colleague went down,
Colleague.
hang on, I'm gonna check some stats here. The book's coming out.
Do you have a potion on you?
Well, I do have like a med kit that will stabilize someone that's dying.
But that will take a full round to do,
Right.
and you're already in combat. Give me a second.
Okay, can you give me like 2 minutes while you're checking that?
Yep, unit to the loop.
Sam's first time playing experiences death.
Utter death.
I try to make friends. I try to pet wolves, and life hates me.
Oh.
You can literally do whatever you want in this game. Some DMs will restrict your actions. I'm trying to steer you away from doing anything too stupid.
I know, it's like, but are you
Oh,
sure you
God.
want to do that?
Not again.
Yeah, no, I think my favorite's DM responses. You can certainly try.
You could do that if you think it's the right thing to do.
No, my usual. No, it's always right. How do you want to do this? Especially when you've been in a combat round that's lasted like 2+ hours.
Forever?
I've done combat rounds that lasted over 4 hours, and that's with 8 players taking on a giant who is something like 300 to 400 hit points.
Yeah.
And we're all
As I
hitting
say,
for
the-
20 and 30 damage. But it's taking like 10 hits each. Because we're not all getting hits because its armor class is so high. And giants have the ability to heal themselves. So this session, this
that'd
4-hour
take a long
game
time.
session, was a little bit of story, and the whole thing was one giant combat round. And when you finally get that, how do you want to do this from the DM? It's like, yes.
How do you want to do this?
I bet. I bet.
Okay, I'm gonna use DM's privilege here, and I'm gonna throw a Hail Mary in, and I'm gonna use Brian as my instrument of this.
Oh, God's using him.
Quite literally, in this case.
I figured. I mean, that's how. Well, clerics, sometimes paladins.
More likely paladins will get that kind of divine intervention, or like a divine guiding hand.
Yeah.
But Ophala is not such a gracious god, and he's dealing with a student, not a seasoned warrior. Clerics are more the religious librarians of the world. So they're not really battle, that's paladins. They are equipped and they're well prepared and they've had combat training, but they're not. It's basically like a librarian that's just picked up a submachine gun.
Or a librarian.
Okay,
that's
Brian.
swinging a hammer.
You hear, as you take your swing and a miss, you hear a voice in your head. A voice you've never heard before, but you've always wondered if it was there. And the voice says, slide.
Slide?
Slide.
Okay.
into those DMs.
So, you've taken your
Yes.
attack, and following this instinctive voice in your head, so mark off that inspiration point as used now. Ophala himself speaks to you and says, slide. You take a step forward, kick your legs out from underneath you, and slide along the soft dirt floor until you're physically touching the rogue's body.
Okay.
And at that point, you can now that you have physical contact, I'm going to let you use Cure Wounds.
Okay.
So mark off your spell slot. I think that's the last of your level 1 spells.
Correct.
So I can't remember how much was it. D8 Cure
D8.
Wounds.
Plus modifier
It's like a D8 plus 4, 5,
6.
6.
Well, I need at least 4 to get me back up to 0 here.
Good thing
No,
it
you-
is 6 because I got a 2, so it's a total of 8.
Total of 8. So, Sam, 1 point to bring you back to consciousness. You awaken with 7 hit points. So mark that down on your character sheet. You are both prone on the ground, however. Dustin, you've got a clear shot. Take your shot.
Nat 20! Nat 20!
I don't know why. It doesn't matter what character I play. I've always been with the dagger. The dice. It doesn't matter if it's real or digital. I almost never hit.
What did you get?
Well, we'll see.
Okay.
21.
Oh, nicely done. Mikey's in the chat.
That's all you had to say, apparently.
Hey, Mike. We're actually just coming to the end of the session. We're going to be playing for about another 15 minutes, but you're welcome to stick around and watch.
Hi, Mike.
So I believe that's a D4 plus 3.
What are you using? Your dagger?
Yes, dagger.
Yeah, D4 plus
So-
3.
So that's going to be a total of 6.
Okay. Are you moving any closer?
I'm actually going to back away.
Okay.
And-
Slowly back away.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest, that's just an idea, if you did want to
Okay.
go down the stairs and maybe body check him, you're not going to be able to get a full kick in because that would be a full action. You could body check him and see if you can push him off balance a little.
Okay. Oh, a shove?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like okay. Yeah, I
It's
can do it.
it's going to be a strength move, though.
Yeah, which is as good
It's
as
gotta be better
Sam's.
than my -1.
No, it's not.
Am I the only one that's
Oh,
got
you
strength
are a
there?
rogue. You are a freaking rogue the same as me, so you're a -1 as well?
Yeah, that's going to be.
Or is it different for everyone?
No, it's different for everyone. It's how I built it. He's not a strength based. With the -1, it's going to be a 15.
15. Your strength is +1.
-1.
You're proficient in strength and dex. You add your proficiency, so you're +1.
Oh, is it a?
Yeah, ranger is strength.
Yeah. So.
I'm
Oh, it's a
allowing it.
strength
I'm
based.
allowing it. 16.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So
So 16. So 17 with the +1 then.
my captain needs to see if he can oppose your strength. He fails miserably. You come flying down the stairs and body check him. It's almost like you've imagined metal blades on the bottom of your foot as you slide into the side of him and slam him. It's not enough to take him down given the weight of all the armor that he's wearing, but it's enough to knock him off balance, and he staggers and stumbles to the side. Which
Because
means
he didn't have a stick in his hand.
which means that on his go now, actually no, that was your held attack. That was your movement. Dustin, you've got one more attack to come. This is now your proper round.
I don't think I had a held attack. That was just my attack and movement.
That
No,
was
you
just
fired.
his
Yeah,
attack
you fired when
before.
you had your shot when Sam went down. Okay, so right, so
Yep.
Bandit, he's felt a huge blow to the back of his half plate armor, knocked him slightly to the side, and he staggers, and spins, like pivots on one foot. The guttering torch is still flickering away in the corner. You can just about see what's going on. And you can see the paladin lying on his back. Looks like he's kicking the rogue in the shin. And there's somebody in a green cloak standing on the stairs. Well, was standing on the stairs, is now crouched down at the bottom of the stairs with a dagger in one hand and a short bow in the other. He's kind of spoilt for choice at this point. He's going to take a swipe at you, Dustin, because you're the last one to attack him.
Yep.
So scimitar swings out. For a 16.
That's going to hit.
3 points of damage.
Okay.
As the scimitar is swiping, he's going to continue that swipe down into the ground for a second attack against Brian. For a 7, so that's a miss. And he's not close enough to use his daggers. So that's the end of his go. Brian.
Does he have advantage?
No, he gets 3 attacks. He gets double.
No. On a prone enemy?
He does. Technically, yes, he does.
For future reference.
He does.
At least. Something
Okay.
to know.
Brian, you're on the ground. It will take half your movement to stand up, but then you'll be able to attack as normal.
Okay. I will stand up.
Okay.
And I'll do a kind of like a cross swipe this time.
Okay.
Floor shot.
Roll again. Roll again. If it's off the table, roll again.
Believe what I rolled though.
That's why I said it before you told
Don't
me.
even say it out loud.
Yeah, it was a 1 probably, right?
Oh, no, it wasn't a 1. That one's pretty
Not
well
quite.
close too. So 15 and 4 is
19 to hit. That's a hit. Roll for damage.
And we got 2 again.
Okay, Sam, you are also on the floor. You can use your movement to get up. He's currently engaged with Brian, so you can use your sneaky attack.
Yeah, I should do that.
Brian, Mike is wishing you a happy birthday.
I saw that.
Is Cole in the chat? He's saying hi to Goblin.
Yeah.
Cole is in
Cole
the
came
chat.
in probably about 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Cole, dude, hope you're feeling better. We're getting to the end of this combat round's taking forever. Come on, let's get on with this. Sam, you're standing up. You're going in with your dagger.
Yep.
Okay, D20.
Yep. Eight.
Plus 7 is
15.
which is a hit. Roll for damage. So 1d4 and 1d6.
The 1 and a 1. Fuck. Don't make that face, Omar. Don't make that face.
Train your wrist.
Sam, how do you want to do
No,
this? How do you want to do this?
I just shove my dagger up his balls. Just do that. Just kill him.
Okay.
So
Everybody
it
in
happens
the
to you.
audience crosses their legs.
No. She rolled ones for damage.
Yeah.
It was
Oh,
enough.
oh,
He had 2 hit points left after Brian's hit.
Thank goodness, though.
So
He's getting a dagger to the ball.
He was so close to dying for 3 rounds. You only had to do like 6 damage to take him down.
I tried so hard to let somebody else kill him.
So, Sam, you
We're not the killing type.
you rather than coming fully up to standing position, you come up to a
Oh
needle.
yeah, I came up with the
Came up
fucking
to
dagger.
and you just
came up
uppercutted him with your
it.
dagger to the groin.
Yeah, I did.
You see his eyes roll back in his head. He lets out a curdling scream and collapses on the ground, curled up. And you see a rather gratuitous amount of blood kind of spurting out from places that you don't want to think about.
Good night.
Right, finally, well done. Okay, so is one of you going to search this bandit? Well, the captain.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll do it.
Sam, you rifle through his pockets. You find a set of keys on a large iron ring. You find a small coin purse tucked in his belt with 20 gold. So add that to your inventory. His dagger doesn't look particularly good quality, but the scimitar is in reasonable shape. If one of you wants to swap out your own weapons for that. Rogue wouldn't be able to use a scimitar. It's too big a weapon to get any of your bonuses with. But Brian and Dustin, you're welcome to take the scimitar if you want. Scimitar is D6 plus your bonus damage. So it's not that much different from a regular short sword.
only a cleric doesn't use any type of a sharp implement.
No. Okay.
I would say more that would go to Dustin.
Right, but I have my bow and I have my dagger, so.
Okay.
Well, I have my hammer and I have my faith.
Your hammer in your face, did you say?
Faith.
I said faith.
I 100% heard face.
Come here, smack.
Oh, man.
Headbutts
I'll
from the cleric.
counter headbutt as an improvised attack, but I'll allow it.
I mean,
Okay, you've got the ring of keys. The only other person that's not dead here is the guard that was knocked unconscious, or slightly sleepy guard that you encountered initially. Sam, you grab the keys from the captain's belt, run back to the cells, and start unlocking those cells. The prisoners slowly start stirring. They've heard all the commotion. They've seen the sparks. They saw the torch fall. They've heard a lot of swearing and shouting. They've got no idea what's going on. For all they know, it was another prisoner being punished. And the clank of the locks in the cell doors just instills terror in them now. But Brian follows you in. He's holding the torch. They can see that you're not one of the bandits, and they very, very tentatively start coming towards the cell doors as you open them. Our ranger is still at the bottom of the stairs. You start waving them through. Just, all right, come on, quick, get out as quickly as you can. There's some food up there on the tables if you can grab something on your way. And you kind of hurry them out of the tower. Brian, can I get a perception check from you, please? D20 plus wisdom. Actually, can I get that from all of you?
okay.
Sure can.
I got a 10.
10.
You said perception, right?
Perception, yeah.
15.
15.
17.
Okay.
Oh,
Um,
I rolled a 17.
Well, you're
What's your
plus
wisdom?
3, so that's 20. That's unnatural 20. Okay.
Dirty 20.
As you're Sam,
Dirty
as you're
20.
unlocking the final prison cell, you're in that corner of the space where the little stool was, where Brian was sitting earlier, and you feel a little bit of a shiver down your back. Dustin, as you're walking over, guiding the prisoners out, you feel the same thing. And you look towards that back wall.
The alcove?
The alcove. Can the... Bless you. Sam, can you and Dustin both make intelligence saving throws, please? So, Sam, you're D20
yes.
plus 4.
And I'm D20 plus
22
1.
then.
Yeah, you're D20 plus 1. What have you got?
I got a 10.
Okay. Sam?
I got 18.
Okay, Dustin, as you look at this chiseled stone alcove, you feel like something like a headache's coming on, but it's so much more. You feel almost as if a metal band is being tightened around your head, crushing against the side of your skull. Sam, you feel it as well, but not as bad. And it gets worse as you move towards the alcove. Dustin, you follow her over. You feel almost drawn to this alcove, and the closer you get, the more intense the pain gets, until you're almost touching it, and then gone. All the pain's just gone away. Sam, the same thing happens to you. You walk towards that alcove. It's almost like you're being drawn to it somehow. Something's pulling you towards it. And the harder you fight, the more you can feel that band of pain clamping around your head. But as soon as you get closer and closer to the alcove, the pain starts to diminish. And it's almost like a relief standing over at that side of the room. Brian, you notice that the other members of your party are drifting towards this alcove, looking at this bit of chiseled stone wall. You didn't really pay it much attention earlier. All of the prisoners are now out of the dungeon. What do you want to do?
I'm going to move over to see what's going on with the other two.
Okay, can I get an intelligence saving throw from you as well, please?
Not the greatest there. Okay, what do I got? All right, so I got a total of 6.
Okay. As soon as you look away from your colleagues and look at the chiseled stonework, you also feel that band of pain clamping around your head. Incredibly tight, almost bringing you to your knees. But yet you feel like you're being pulled towards this stone alcove. The urgency seems to take you more than it does the others, and you start to reach a hand out towards the chiseled stone. Dustin, you and Sam both see him doing this. Sam, you're drawn to it. Dustin, you're the only one that seems to be not as pulled towards this piece of stone. Do you want to intervene? Do you want to fight it? This is just Dustin.
Yeah.
Okay, can I get another intelligence saving throw, please?
3.
Okay. Can you take 2 points of psychic damage?
Okay.
On that fail, you try to fight it. You're gritting and grinding your teeth trying to fight it, but somehow your hand is almost raising up of its own accord. And just as your hand is approaching, you see a glyph start to glow in the chiseled stone. Just with
now I'm in Final Fantasy.
a gentle orange glow in the stone. And the three of you are unable to stop your hands reaching out and touching this orange glyph. There's a blinding, searing flash of pain that runs through all of your minds. Your vision is completely gone. It's like 10 times worse than any migraine that you may have had. It feels like you've been hit in the back of the head with a massive block of stone that's just not just sent stars whirling around you, but whole solar systems and galaxies swimming around in your head. And then suddenly it's gone. The pain's gone. The blinding light is gone. Your vision comes back. But you're not standing in that cell. You're not in the dungeons anymore. You're standing in a long, stone-lined, stone-floored corridor. There are torches in sconces along the wall. The corridor is very well illuminated. A quick glance around, you can see that the stonework is not the rough-hewn, chiseled, or hand-chipped stone of the prison where you were. This is immaculate. The joins between these blocks of such stone are so perfect, you wouldn't even be able to slide a piece of paper between them. You've never seen craftsmanship of this quality in your lives. And all of the torches are burning down this corridor. You also feel slightly nauseous, and you have that feeling of when you wake up and you're not quite sure where you are. Time has passed, but you don't know how much time. But you're all standing there, just looking at each other as if nothing's happened. You take a couple of steps, quite shaky steps forward, and slowly start to find your feet again. You start to feel better almost immediately. And then you glance behind you, and there's nothing but corridor behind you as well. 30, 40, 50 feet of this masterfully stoneworked corridor, torches lit all the way along it, with not a yellow glow, but almost like a blue and green and purple octarine light, with little tinges of orange just on the edges. Definitely something magical about these flames. You continue down the hallway, and it suddenly opens up into an enormous stone room. Hundreds of feet wide, hundreds of feet long, with huge stone columns going from floor to ceiling, 30, 40, 50 feet above you. The ceiling is almost lost in darkness. All along the walls, there are torches lit with this blue and green and purpley light, almost like the aurora borealis caught inside a lantern, glowing at every stage. And on the floor, surrounding each of these columns, there are braziers, again blazing with this blue and green and purple light. At the very, very far end of this huge hall, for want of a better term, you can see a couple of steps leading up to a platform and a huge stone door. Actually, you can't even really tell if it's a door or not. It just looks like a huge semicircular stone carving in the back wall. What do you want to do?
Are there any markings on this door or this stone carving?
It's about 100 feet away, so you'll need to walk down to the other side and climb up to the dais to inspect it. You want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll stride forward as well.
You getting left behind, Sam, or are you going with them?
I'm going with them.
Fuckers ain't leaving me behind again.
No.
Okay, so you walk straight down the center of this room, the huge stone pillars rising up to the ceiling. When you get to about halfway, you notice a circular pattern in the floor. The flagstones up to now have been perfectly hewn, perfectly chiseled. But all of a sudden, these are round, and they look like pie slices in segments. They're set flat to the floor, completely flush with the floor, and the gap is so fine that there's barely a shadow separating each of these segments. You walk on, you climb up the stairs. Again, the stonework is immaculate. But as you get to the stairs, on the facing edge of each step, you can see runes carved in the steps. And Dustin, the moment you set foot on one of those steps, the runes begin to glow very gently. As you get up to the top of the stairs and you're standing on the dais, you're seeing this huge wall carving. And in the carving, it depicts a scene of battle. There is a huge mountain in the center. Around the base of the mountain looks like humanoid figures in very ornate carved robes. You can see runes carved in the clothing. Lightning bolts seem to shoot from the hands of some of these figures. Others have gusts of wind or balls of ice, shards of ice flying out from their fingers. And circling above them are what looks like many winged lizards, each with a rider on their back. In the center, atop this mountain, right at the very top of the carving, there is a serpent coiled, a winged serpent coiled around it, and a jet of what looks like fire coming down towards the robed figures at the base of the carving. On close inspection, you see that there is the finest hairline crack running right down the center of that mountain, and what looks like two flat, round circles that could be, well, something to push on.
Round circles?
Okay, who's going to try them?
I want to.
Okay.
I want to.
Sam, you take one side. Who's going the other side?
Oh, it's this
On the other side.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Brian, you and Sam take one of these. These things are about the size of a large dinner plate, and they're sticking out from the stone maybe 5 or 6 centimeters. They're completely smooth. There's no tooth. There's no rough edges in the stone. This is so perfectly polished, it could almost be glass. You press on it, nothing happens. You try and pull on it, but your fingers can't get any grip. And in a moment of confusion, you twist. And as you twist, the stone almost glides, almost as if it doesn't need any pressure at all to move it. Brian, you notice this, and you do the exact same thing. And you both turn these stone handles. There's a gentle, the faintest gentle click, like a mouse bashing his head on a doorframe. But no squeak.
Without that.
The doors separate in the center and then slide into the walls either side of them. And inside this, behind these doors, you see something that you never thought you'd ever see in your lives. Something that lives in only legend. Another room, almost the same size, without the pillars this time. Sunken down into the floor. And chained to the floor is an enormous golden dragon.
Yes.
You're standing silhouetted in the doorframe, just agog at what you're seeing. And the dragon stirs a little. This thing is the size of 3 houses. It's taking up so much space. You can feel the heat radiating off of this creature. And it lazily opens one eyebrow. It's about time.
Jesus. Oh, he scared the shit out of me.
How many years have I tempted and waited? And finally, something of interest to eat.
Creepy.
As the dragon speaks, he kind of rolls his head and lifts his neck and head up off the stone. And you can see that the chains that run over the top of him begin to tighten, pulling him back down to the ground. You follow the chains and you can see that the chains actually disappear into the walls. And these are not just any chains. These are chain links that are 4 meters across and maybe 50 centimeters thick. These are the kind of chains you'd see on the anchor of a battleship. And you see that the chains are also glowing with rune carving. Well, mortal creatures, you will provide either sustenance or entertainment. Which do you prefer?
Throws a sausage.
Sausage, oh my gosh.
What meager offering is this to a god? He snorts from his nostrils, and a jet of fire shoots out from each nostril, flaming its way on the floor, almost writhing across the floor like angry waves breaking on a beach. You take a little step back. Oh, shit. What do we have? A sneak thief. One of the elderkin, I see. We have a forest man. And an acolyte. What is this? This symbol you wear? You are an acolyte of Offla, you bleeding imbecile. You stand before a true god. Do not bow down before these false ones. Kneel in my presence. It's really murder on the throat.
I bet.
I don't know, you rejected the sausage. Why should we kneel?
The dragon pins you with a gaze. Dustin, can you roll another intelligence save?
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Just double check. 13?
Okay, take 4 points of psychic damage. And you crumble to your knees as if you've just suddenly lost control of your legs. You stand, kneel before a god. But I am a gracious god. And I can grant you many, many things. I ask just one thing of you in return.
What do you want?
And take it, not a sausage.
He wants the cheese this time.
No, what's good a sausage if you haven't got any mustard?
Mm.
Imprison Imprisoned I have been here for an eternity. The people, the slime that built this place. Spell slingers, wizards, and their like. Dragged me down here, imprisoned me down here, using my life force to power their magic and their experiments. An era ago, they were gone and dead, and here I have stayed. Release me, and I will grant you gifts and boons as you could not imagine. He lays back down and just closes his eyes and settles back on the floor. And that is where we're going to end it.
We can't. We gotta slay the dragon.
Yeah,
Believe me,
this one, good luck.
at level 3. Well, you
And-
technically you'll be at level 3 now. You're not going to be any kind of slaying state.
No.
Hey, maybe if we were like 10 levels higher, we would like
Oh.
laughably have a chance.
God, that voice really does a number on my throat.
Laughably.
Yeah.
Good thing we're level 3, because if we were less, Dragon Terror would drive us away.
The dragon could kill you with a psychic attack. He doesn't have to physically do anything. Okay, long story short, because time is a factor. You stepped into a chiseled stone wall and you've teleported. It was the dragon that was drawing you to that wall with its psychic influence. I'm not going to tell you any more about it than that.
Okay.
So if we do run another session, I'm thinking you guys seem quite interested in doing another one of these.
Maybe.
If we do another one of these, that will be your next big choice: is you want to help the dragon or not?
Oh God.
You don't have to answer now. Think about it carefully.
I want to. I know what I want to do. I want to ask its name.
No, you want to get the fuck out of there. That's what you want to do. Sam, how was your first D&D experience?
It was lovely. I mean, the dice hate my fucking guts, but other than that.
Get real ones.
Real ones.
Burn.
And they're en route. They're en route.
That way you can ban them in real life when they suck.
Void is loving every minute of it. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Epic
I know.
DMing at 5 in the morning. You're damn right. I didn't even have a nap today. I'm running on coffee and bad choices.
Oh, yeah, no, I've been up for well over 24 hours.
Wow.
What is
So-
your guys' issue? How do you function?
I
have no
honestly,
idea.
it's the DMing alone is keeping me going at the minute. I live for this shit. I love this
I
stuff.
haven't slept for more than 2 hours in like weeks. So I'm using this to hopefully go for 24 hours and maybe I'll just finally crash. I don't know. I'm
Either
seeing
that
a
or
doctor in a few weeks.
You'll develop superpowers, one or the other.
Yeah, I'm pretty much betting on the superpowers one.
So, Sam, that's my take on a D&D game. A little bit more creative and role play and voice acting than you would normally get. Most DMs that I've played with tend to focus more on the combat encounters, where you're just moving your figures around on a map and it's like rulers and are you within range to cast this spell and things like that. I kind of pulled back from that and I'm more into the storytelling.
Mhm.
Yep.
So I'm hoping that's come across at least. You're pretty much at the end of chapter 1 of my campaign, but it's just getting too late for us to continue at this stage. I mean, I'm happy to go on for a little bit more, but there's a lot that you've got to cover, and I think we better leave it for another session.
Agreed.
I'd say about 3/4 of the way through chapter 1, and I'm still writing chapter 6 as we speak.
Okay.
But that is a taste of my game. So, if you're up for doing this again, we can schedule another one in sometime within the next couple of months, hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay.
hopefully
I'm good for
KP might be able to join us for the next one. I'll if we keep all this in your Discord, is that all right, Sam?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll make a specific section for D&D.
So we'll work out who can join. I don't know if Joni and Cole are going to be interested in joining at some point. I know Joni doesn't want to commit to anything because her schedule's all over the place with photographers and such. But KP hopefully join us again on the next season. A couple of the guys I DM with have expressed interest, but it's kind of too late for them to be up this early. They'd normally be waking up about. So we'll work on something, but that is most of chapter 1 of my made it up as I went along a couple of years ago, and I just made notes and formalized some of the story.
Love it. And we now have a D&D section. Actually, it's called D&D Life in my chat channel, so we could just talk about stuff in there.
Okay. So yeah, we'll discuss about doing another one sometime within the next month. Friday nights or Saturday nights work fine for me. We're just got to work around everybody's schedules.
I will only be able to do Friday nights.
Okay, that work stuff, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I work every Saturday night.
Okay, so let's see what's going on in the world in at least, let's give it a couple of weeks and see what's going on in the world. But if we do this last Friday night in the month, that works fine for me.
Well, that may vary for me because I work every other weekend.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have this weekend off, but I have to work next weekend.
Okay, so yeah, if that's alternating, we can certainly fit something in. I'm gonna, Dustin, you and Brian know how to level up characters. The procedure really hasn't changed since the older versions.
Right.
Okay.
So if you go through the player's handbook, you've already upped your HP. You'll up your HP again now to level 3.
Okay.
Increase your stats and your initiative, and thus your weapon proficiencies accordingly. Sam, I'll probably write something up and talk you through that on Discord. Because
Pull the 4 again.
once you get up to level 3, you can start choosing new skills, and it's up to you where you want to take your character.
Okay.
So I'll give you a little bit of a technical rundown. If you read through the rogue section in the player's handbook, which is I think page 60 something, you read through that rogue section, it tells you what you need to do as you level up. But if you've got any questions, I'll talk you through it anyway. And there'll be a couple of extra features that the rogue gets. Rogue at level 3, I mean, Dustin was saying just earlier, rogue at level 3 is attacking with 25, 26 points on their hit. And then they do things like you get 2-handed attacks, so 2 daggers, plus you get your sneaky attack.
Howdy.
I used a bow and I was just like, oh, I have expertise in stealth. I had a +10 to stealth. And I was always like rolling super high. So I would be the party scout. And then, oh, look, there's a guy, bow and arrow. Oh, because even with sneak attack, all you have to do is surprise them, which usually if you're stealthed, you can surprise them. Oh, it's an insta-kill. I think we had a...
That's so lovely.
Our party would always like split the party, which we had.
Never a good idea. Never.
Our sorcerer acted like they were a tank, and of course they were like level 4 with like 12 HP. Like that's how little health they had, and they were like tanking. When we had a paladin, who was definitely
of grandeur.
Yeah. So it was always funny, but every time I split from the party, I never even got noticed and always got the kills without even being able to be targeted.
Kind of like most of what you did today,
That's
really, didn't you?
Awesome.
Sam, you've got a couple of questions for you in my chat from Supervoid. If you've got my stream up. Yeah, one of the games.
Not yet.
One of the games I play, this was a couple of years back. It's a semi-homebrew game set in like a Viking era. and the guy that was running the game allowed you booster points that you could collect as you kind of like inspiration, but you can actually collect and hoard them, and you can use them to power up your attacks, and each booster point is worth an extra dice rolled in your damage. So if your spell or your attack was 2d6, you could use one of your booster points to make it 3d6 or 4d6 and so on. I had a crazy old wizard who was so inept at everything he did, he never cast the spell that he wanted to. So we had a random table of spells, and I would just roll a dice to see which spell comes out, completely at random. This is homebrew as hell. So we're attacking a tower with a load of drow cultists and a priestess in the top of this tower. And I went in there as the wizard, and I thought, right, I'm going to cast Fireball, and I'm going to use all my booster points. But, right, you're sure? It's like absolutely positive. A fireball is 20 feet wide. No, sorry, 20-foot radius. It's 40 feet wide, which meant I was in the blast zone of my own spell.
I was gonna say, it's how big is the room?
I rolled 18d6 damage on that spell. I vaporized every single thing in the room, all the drow and the priestess, blasted myself out of the tower through the open window, and was 2 hit points away from being insta-killed by my own spell.
Oh no.
The DM melted the tower, collapsed the entire tower because some idiot set off a thermonuclear device at the top of it and just melted the whole thing into slag. Unfortunately, the priestess had a critical item that we needed. And it was now basically encased in a giant crystal ball. I just turned the entire stone tower into a glass ornament, and almost killed myself in the process. That was fantastic. It's the most dice I've ever had to roll in any D&D game. Is 18d6 damage, which is why I've got all those damn dice. And that was just epic. That was just absolutely epic.
Wow.
Well, I know that feeling because on the advanced D&D that I played, I actually have a wizard that I got up to level 21. Like, he's a grand mage.
Oh, yeah, I was nowhere near that. I was like level 8. I just used all of these like these booster points in one spell, and just pretty much I saved the entire party. The entire party were completely pissed off at me for doing it, because not only did they have to heal me, they also didn't get the thing they were going in there for. They had to chip away at all this glass to get to the item they were looking for. I slagged the entire tower. It's fantastic. Right, so with that, everybody that's in chat, thank you very much for joining. I hope you've enjoyed this session. Who have we still got? Joni's still in the chat. I'm not sure if she's paying attention. Joni's still in there somewhere. Shep, Super Voids, thank you very much for stepping in and being with us. I think Mike has had to run, but Mike was in there for a little bit. We're definitely going to have to do another one of these again, because this is too much fun. I miss this. I really do miss this. I haven't played in over a year.
Birthday present, Omar.
It was your birthday present, not my birthday present. It was yours. So, yeah, I'll keep the video of this. I'm going to save this as a video on my Twitch channel. So we've got a 4-hour session, 5-hour session, 5-hour session saved on Twitch.
5-hour session.
And we will sort out the next game for around about a month from now. Okay. So yeah, hopefully I should have some news about my dad in the next couple of days as to how well this is going. But I'm getting the feeling he's going to be in hospital for at least a couple of weeks. I don't think he's going to be coming out of there in a hurry. So I don't have to be jetting down to London to take care of stuff. So thank you very much, guys. I hope you've enjoyed it today.
Yep.
And
I did.
We'll schedule in for the next one.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Have a nice night.
Alrighty.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone in chat.